Tēnā koutou katoa te whānau o te hiku o te ika. Welcome to our June formal council meeting. I will open us up with our council prayer in Te Reo Māori and in English. And actually, can you all remind me to share that around for other people to open us up to another stage, but I'll do that for us today. Ka tuku mātou kia kahamai ngā māngai ko whiriwhiri hia mō te kaunihero o te taitokera ki te raki, ki te mahi me te ngākau awaha, me te hakamahi ngā pūkinga, me te mātauranga i roto i ngā wānanga, me te haka taunga ki haka tūria ai tētahi hapori matatikana e tū ko tahi ana kamutu, ka haka puki anō i te oranga o tō tātou rohe, ka haka tau anō i ngā take o te rohe, runga i te tika me te pono. We ask that through Council's discussions and decisions, the representatives we have elected may govern the Far North District with imagination, skill and wisdom to achieve a fairer and more united community that enhances the well-being of our district and solves the district's problems with efficiency and effectiveness. Amen. Before we get into our deputations, I would like to, I'll move that we note apologies from Whaia Chiki Rudkin, the Kaikohe Hokianga Community Board Chair, and Councillor Tamati Rakina. Can I have a seconder for that, please? Thank you, Councillor Pleskovich. All those in favour? Say aye. Those opposed or abstentions? None, and that has been carried. Now we have 3 deputations today, and our deputies have been waiting in the wings for quite a while, so I know we've got quite a full agenda on, but I'm very excited to hear from these deputations today. Just a reminder to whānau who will be speaking to council that our council meeting is being live streamed on our council YouTube page. We have cameras up on that side and over there, which will be on you during your deputation. Our first is from the chair of our Kaikohe and District Sportsville, Justin Blakey. Justin, it's great to have you in our whare today. And we will pass the time over to you. You have 5 minutes for your deputation.
Morena koutou. First of all, I just would like to acknowledge the council for its awesome support of our construction of our new gym facility. It's well underway now. I've been told that it's going to be closed in with all the aluminium joinery in about 3 weeks' time. So it's really getting and looking like it's going to open on time in March next year. So really want to pass my thanks on to all the key staff and Court. I know that you helped us out in some prickly times when we first got started with meeting central government's obligations around their funding, so really want to acknowledge that, and also Sean Clark. So I'll rip right into it and just go through our presentation, and I want to thank the staff. There's a short bit of paperwork associated with this presentation, and that's around a little survey that Sportsville ran through its Facebook page on the idea of a heated pool for Kaikohe. So many people know Northland College Pool's past its use by date, and the Sportsville's knowledge has not been able to be repaired and redeveloped. So to meet the needs of the Kaikohe community, many schools around the mid-north are struggling to keep their own pools open and operate their pools. There's anecdotal evidence that swimming ability of youth in the mid-north, far north has declined over the years. So that's a concern, obviously, with the amount of coastline that we've got and people going out diving, getting kaimana. And I just put a little note there. There's supposed to be a Northland Aquatic Facilities report due out from Sport Northland soon, which will provide some context and guidance that council may, can use in navigating this issue. Next slide, please. So what Sportsville understands right through the process of building the gymnasium, most people that I've bumped into, they say, oh, is there a pool included? So we've found, despite what the consultation that happened early on that led to the gym being built, there was not a signal from the community that there was a need for a pool, but we've found otherwise in the conversations we've had. So today's about really putting in front of the council the big challenge that we see as operational costs around a pool. So I took the liberty of going up and seeing Mark Osborne, who's running the Hickory Pool project. And I think from what he told me, it's going to cost $700K a year to run that pool. So that's what I understand from Mark. So apparently there's a $300K contribution from this council, and they're going to pull $400K in from a gym that's associated with that pool to help the running costs. So next slide, please. So we've done some initial groundwork. The current gymnasium that we've built, we've designed it so that a pool could be pretty much built adjacent to that, and you can use the changing rooms that'll be at the gymnasium, which will save a bit of money. We've talked to Kaitaia project. They've actually said we'd be able to use their plans, which is brilliant, because in any project like that, without a solid set of plans, you don't know your construction costs, operation costs, etc. So that's pretty awesome. We've also had really positive signals from funders that we've worked with, like Foundation Northern Lotteries, that they're keen to see a second stage of our current project in the form of a pool. And we've been offered some design assistance from the architects that we've worked with for our current gymnasium project. So really I'm here to strongly urge FNDC in its upcoming long-term plan to engage with the community around answering those issues around affordability. If the community comes back, the Mid-North and Kaikoui, and says they can't afford a pool, they can't afford the operations, fine. Got to look at another option, but I think without that detailed engagement, you really can't look at starting a project like that. So yeah, really here, just as a shout out to the council, I know the long-term plan I think is coming up next year, but your planning will be beginning quite soon. So that's our kōrero today with our presentation, is to use that long-term plan process, get out there and examine those affordability issues. So that's pretty much all I've got to say today, other than please take time to look at the work we've done in putting out that community survey. There's obviously significant interest in the community for a heated pool, but from what I understand, generally the public don't understand those affordability issues. So that's why I'm here today, to hopefully get that message across to the council to use that long-term plan process.
Thank you very much, Justin. We probably have time for a question, if there are any from the floor. Sorry, Councillor Hauki.
Tēnā koe. Hey, Raui, te rongo. We have a community swimming pool gymnasium. The thing I would suggest is, separate the changing room and toilets for both the gym and the swimming pool, because different groups use them at different times and you don't want things getting nicked.
Yeah. There's also, I think the council should take its mind to looking at if that's the best site down at Linvart Park. I mean, the Innovation Park would probably be another good site, and it would be interesting to look at the idea of using geothermal energy to heat the pool. Another matter I think the council should really take up is, given the community owns Top Energy, I don't see why there's a reason why we should not get very cheap wholesale power to run these community facilities. So I've already written to the Minister of Energy, didn't get a reply. Being no longer a councillor, it didn't help. So, I've looked at the Electricity Act, and I believe it is possible for the central government to grant exemptions. Because under the Electricity Act at the moment, you can't be a generator, a distributor, and a supplier, a retailer. But in the Act, there are provisions for exemptions. So, given a community like Kaikoui, Bay of Islands, even Te Huku, with the deprivation levels that we see in our community, there's a strong argument. And also given that, we own all of the resources, we own the generation system, why can't we have discounted power for those community assets? So I'd strongly urge, particularly the Mayor, with your your standing and everybody knows you, so get out there and hustle for us and see what we can achieve. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Justin, it's always good to have you in the whare.
Awesome. Yeah, thank you.
Our next deputation is from, and apologies if I get your name wrong, is it Neil?
It is correct. Neil
Mason, who will be speaking to item 6.3, our speed limit review. Neil, it's great to have you in our whare. I'm glad we've been able to accommodate you, and I again apologise that you got missed from the hearings themselves for this, so I'm glad we've been able to get you in today to be able to speak to this. You will have 5 minutes for your deputation to us, and I'll pass the mic over to you.
A wee bit of give and take on that, hopefully. But I'll try to get to this if I can. Thank you. Mayor Tapalia and councillors, kia ora. My name is Neil Mason. I live on Kapiro Road. I represent 246 community members, including myself, who signed an online petition asking council to lower the speed limit on Kapiro Road from 100 kilometres per hour to 70. And we submitted to the speed limit review. I'm here today to make a case for the speed limit to be lowered below the proposed 80 kilometres per hour to 70 kilometres per hour. I'm just going to focus on two aspects. One is the speed and crash injury relationship, and the other is the land use context in Kapiro Road. The locals have been lobbying the council to lower the speed for at least 30 years, according to my neighbours, and over that period there's been 123 vehicles involved in crashes on Kapiro Road, which resulted in 44 minor injuries, 9 serious and 2 deaths, very sadly. The social cost of those is estimated at least 20 million and could easily be 30 million. That crash is outside the preschool facility Nurture by Nature on Kapiro Road and could have ended a lot. It's literally right outside the entry to it and could have ended a lot more badly. If the speed limit on Kapiro Road had been lower over that 30-year period, the frequency, severity and cost of those crashes wouldn't have just been a bit lower, it would have been much lower. The relationship between speed and crashes is graphically shown by the Nelson Powell model, which is on the screen at the moment, in the 2018 OECD report, Speed and Crash Risk. It's one of the best known and one of the most widely cited models. What Nelson demonstrated is that a 1% increase in average speed results in a 2% increase in injury crash frequency, a 3% increase in severe crash frequency, and a 4% increase in fatal crash frequency. So it shows there, and I've marked up that diagram showing where 70 kilometres per hour sits and where 80, the proposed 80 sits, and you can see from that that if we go down the graph, the change in speed being 10 kilometres per hour, but from 80 to 70, that's 12.5% change. That's showing a 40% reduction in accidents, in fatal accidents. So 40% reduction in the risk of fatal accidents and a 35% reduction in all serious accidents, including fatalities. Now, the speed limit review has been undertaken as part of the implementation of the Road to Zero strategy. The target is to reduce deaths and serious accidents by 40%. We're not going to get there at 80 kilometres per hour. The OECD report also highlights the fact that 70 kilometres per hour is the threshold speed at which a head-on collision between two cars is survivable. It's really important. That's between two modern cars. It's a really important figure. So it's for safety reasons the speed limit recommended by the OECD for rural roads without a median barrier is 70 kilometres per hour. Roads like Kapiro Road. And we're a member of the OECD. The OECD report and the Nelson Powell model are very informative and helpful in exercising your independent judgment and making rational decisions on the new speed limit. The focus is safety. You're not simply there to rubber stamp a recommendation made by the traffic engineer. The OECD report also highlights other non-safety benefits of lower speed, which the committee should be mindful of, such as a better quality of life from less air pollution, less CO2 emissions, less fuel consumption, and less noise. These are all very important community considerations. Can you please show the next slide? I want to provide some land use context to the inappropriateness of the 80k speed zone. So that's an aerial of Kapiro Road with State Highway 10 on the left-hand side there and Waipapa Landing right at the extreme eastern side. It's important to provide this context because Kapiro Road, it's just not simply a fairly straight road as noted by the traffic engineer in the recommendations. There are about 300 property titles directly or indirectly accessing Kapiro Road and most are residential. There are 49 substantial horticulture, retail, wholesale, commercial, manufacturing and educational land use activities on Kapiro Road. Of these, 36 are large-scale horticulture orchards under canopy. These are commercial operations. They have numerous staff, distribution and maintenance contractors with tractors, spray units and trucks travelling to and from these properties most days. There are 2 packhouse facilities located on Kapiro Road with about 200 full and part-time seasonal workers. There's the Nurture by Nature Early Education Childhood Facility. They cater for 50 children daily. Kapiro Road is also the school bus route for children attending Riverview School, Kerikeri Primary School and Kerikeri High School. At most stops, the bus has to park partially on the carriageway or across intersections or private driveways. There are also numerous home-based businesses on and around Kapiro Road. The population of the communities north and south of Tupuna Inlet, with access via Kapiro Road, is estimated at about 1,900, which is about 25% of the estimated total population of Kerikeri.
Kia ora, Neil. That is the 6-minute mark. If you wanted to start wrapping up, please. I just wanted to make sure it was fair for you, so I checked on how long those who were heard at hearings also got. They got 5 minutes.
I'll just finish up then, if I can just summarise. Thank you. So to finish then, when weighing out this decision, I just want to ask you 2 questions. I want to ask you who you were making this decision for and why. If you're making this decision for the few drivers desperate to get there faster, because the time saving is only 37 seconds if you go from one end of the road to the other, the difference between 80 k's and 70 k's. That comes hand in glove with an increase in crash injuries and a greater loss of life. What is the point of that? What's the point of sticking with 80 k's when you're saving 37 seconds? There is no point. Or are you making this decision for the majority of locals who want the speed lowered to 70 k's, because that speed limit will result in a zone that's consistent with the OECD recommendations, one that is consistent with the council's own zone criteria, which I didn't have a chance to go through this morning, an estimated 40% reduction in the risk of fatalities. That's really important because we're on the road to zero, not the road to get there quicker, and less social costs overall to the community. The decision should be obvious. Kia ora, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Neil. Our final deputation for today is from Whai Hinewhare Harawira, and I believe we've got via Rei Tawhiao joining us virtually, who will be speaking to the Ground Lease to Northland Kindergarten Association Pai here, item 6.5. Nau mai haere mai ki roto I te whare o te kaunihera o te hiku o tipe whainesi. Hei me ma a hapu ka hakutuwhi ki a koe te tauna community, and a kawatu tauna ki a koe. Welcome to our whare, we'll pass the time over to you.
Kia ora whānau. Look, I'm very aware that our other hapu representative is online, so I'm not going to be doing a big talk because you've got the document, but I do want to go to the last part at the back, and that's on page in relation to the box, that the council is not required to relocate the kindergarten. I take it that that's a decision that wants to be made. So as a result of that, and no consultation with us as the hapu, we've managed to have a bit of a kōrero, short-term kōrero in preparation for this hui, and we'd like to have it back now, please. So I'd like to hand it over to Rangi so that she can kōrero as well.
On mute.
Is she on mute?
Rangi on mute, so you can unmute.
Kia ora tātou. Tēnā koutou. Basically, we're happy for a 3-year lease to be, because I understand it's a 3x3x3. We're happy for the 3-year lease, which we believe we can we actually need that building back because we want to establish our own training facilities for hapu. And 3 years will give us enough time to establish the process for Te Reo Māori. We're happy to work with the kindergarten if they're looking at establishing a kaupapa Māori approach to early childcare, but we're very keen to look at kaupapa Māori early childcare, wharekura, wānanga in that area. There's also a scout den in there, which I understand is not being used that regularly. We also would like to look at that as well.
Because as you can see through the documentation, the response was given to the kindergarten and the scout den, and now I believe it's only for the kindergarten. So, you know, council, you're saying one thing and then determining another thing. So it becomes a bit confusing for us because, you know, accordingly, we answered on both. Now, we stand here today and it's only on one. So, yeah, when I say that we want it back now, yeah, we do it for what Rangi has indicated, 3 years. And we've given quite the points that we offered to the kindergarten and also to the council to ensure that, you know, it's not just a matter of you're out and we're in. You know, this could have been fixed up since 2020. And the fact that council had no resources to do the job, we didn't feel that was very good. So if there's any questions, we'd like to, Rangi and I would like to answer some questions, because I'm very sure we must be just about 5 minutes.
Kia ora. Thank you. Do we have any questions from the floor?
Yes.
Kia ora. Ko whai Stratford.
Kia ora, hene whare. In the report, we've got an email which, oh yeah, it's come from yourself.
Yeah, it must.
And so you suggest that instead of, you know, the 15-year lease or 12, that we look at perhaps looking at the 3-year leases in the email. So the report, the decision we have in front of us is 3 years, but with a potential for renewal. Should you not be ready?
We're ready now. I'm going to have to say we're ready now. Look, we don't have a problem giving the 3 year. We don't have a problem, you know, giving it. But when you put a position in the book that says, you know, council's not required to locate the kindergarten, it sort of thinks, well, hang on a minute. You know, they don't even want to talk to us. You know, and so you sort of come here and sort of think, okay, we want it now.
So you're referring to the option 2.
Okay, yeah. Hey, we're not referring to any options at the moment. The fact of the matter is, we've provided, you know, this kindergarten, and don't get me wrong, I'm standing here as kindergarten and scout den, not just kindergarten. And those two services have provided well for our community, and not disputing that. So, okay.
Kia ora. Councillor Foy.
Just one whakatai, and thank you for giving this background. Just in terms of the existing reserve, option 2 highlights the removal of the buildings and the infrastructure on the site, so it'll leave a bare site.
Okay, yeah,
but you're saying that you're ready now. You wouldn't need a building for your future operations?
Definitely, and that's what Rangi's alluding to. You see, the fact of the matter is, when you put something in here that says you don't have to relocate, we sort of think, what the heck did we go through all this for? Here we are trying to accommodate, acknowledging and wanting to work together, and then you come up with a statement that says you don't have to relocate. We actually want them to continue their services We don't want to cut their services off, but hey, that's our whenua. And if there's, and what Rangi's alluding to is if we can have a relationship and we can start working together so that it benefits us all. Don't go putting statements like this in your books because it sounds like it's the last ultimatum and we come up here wild and we sort of, okay, we'll have it back now, yesterday.
Okay, so just for clarity, your statement there is that you're happy to leave the buildings on site and then you'd establish another building on the vacant portion of the site?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, let's, you see, coming here with, you know, we got in touch with a guy called Richard Story. He's the general manager of the Northern Kindergarten Association. He freaked out. And the reason why we contacted him, we sort of thought, hang on, there's got to be a body that this kindergarten relates to. So we got in touch with him. And as a result of that, he hasn't come back. And now we stand here just as the kindergarten, but really, we're dealing with the kindergarten and the Scouts, not separate. And if there can be some communication going between the Scouts, the kindergarten and the hapu, hey, let that happen. But we're open for that. And we've indicated that in our submission. So we're open, but when you start putting statements like that in your book, tells us, what the heck?
Thank you. Definitely take that on board. I've just picked that up on the compliance schedule as well. That didn't need to be stated at all. I've got Councillor McNally with a question.
Sort of.
You say you want it back. Are you referring to the land?
The whenua.
Yeah. So you want that. So the buildings are separate, but if the land came back out of councils into the Hapu holding, you would continue with the leases to the kindergarten and the Scouts. Do I understand that correctly? Want the buildings gone?
Yes and no. You see that, and that's what I'm saying. That's a talking point that we need to have with each other. We're not being given that opportunity.
Yeah, no,
We've indicated in our submission.
That's why I asked the question. You say you want it back. What are we referring to?
Well, you see, we've come here with this attitude because we got your attitude. That's never going to work.
Not mine personally, but that's why I asked the question.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any further questions? No further. Yes.
Thank you.
Chair.
Just in relation to today's recommendation, are you seeking for this to lie on the table, or are you supporting option 2 for clarification? Just you
I like those things.
You wanting to start the discussion?
Yes, definitely.
Bearing in mind that the lease did expire 3 years ago, I feel with you in that sense that this should have been brought to council, COVID or no COVID, we should have dealt with these issues. We had many expired leases, we had a workshop on the other day, and we need to get on top of all of these things as an organisation, in my view. So bearing that in mind, they already have had 3 years without a discussion of continuing in their lease, which has enabled them, I'm assuming, to continue their activity and apply for funding with that lease still in place until it was discussed again. They own the buildings. It's the local purpose reserve that you're looking at. There could be potential to sell you the buildings, whatever, but what you're saying is without any discussion at all, we do not have a starting point moving forward for the site in its entirety, not just the portion of the lease site by the kindergarten. And I did see the original documents, and it was Scout and kindergarten. Now we're just dealing with the Scout. So
the kindergarten.
I'm just really asking you, probably in a roundabout way today, where would you like this council to sit in their decision-making process?
You leave it alone and let us talk, because you know, stopping us talking to each other. That's why I say, you know, our kids have gone through that kindergarten. Our kids are still at that Scouts, and you know, it's just we need to talk together. And please, council, what's the words? Lie on the table. Okay, lie on the table.
Can I
We
just
have
add,
time
can I add a
for probably
comment
one
to that?
question. Whairangi?
Can I add a comment to that? Am I to understand that the lease at the moment is for another 3 years? Is that how it goes?
No,
It's for 12 years broken up in 3-year sections.
Right.
So
And
it
we're on
would be
the
3
first
years
part
for
of
the
the review?
right of renewal for 3, 3, 3.
Sorry.
So Mia, are we in the beginning of the 3 years, or are we in the middle, or are we at the end of the 3 years?
we're at the end of the 3
Of the
years.
12 years, sorry.
Beginning of the 3 years.
This is a new lease, so it's the beginning of it's a new lease, so the beginning of 12 years, and this would be the first 3 years of the 12 years.
Right.
We're
So
hoping, we're hoping.
So the approach that I came in from originally is we're happy for them to have the 3 years to work that through with them about, which gives them enough time in terms of relocating themselves, us organising with them, and also the Ministry of Education, I guess, around those buildings. So that's, I guess, Henefari, that's what we're asking for, is to allow them to have this first 3 years, and then for us to work to set a business case for the kohanga reo, for a kura, for a year, and so on.
Yeah.
What we'll do is we'll have a break before we consider this, so that we can go with staff within the lease what the right of renewal for that consequent 3 years looks like, and the detailing there. If it is that there is scope for that conversation to happen without it being a foregone conclusion that the Kindergarten Association would get that extra 3 years, then I would probably be happy for this to go. Or the other option is that we do leave it to lie till further conversations can be had, but we'll take that up with staff in the break. We are just about out of time. Waihoda, I know you did have your hand up if you wanted to. Councillor Kapa.
He akorona ke kone, tōtai, community release. Takurongo, ko hihia te whenua, te hunga, nā rātu te whenua, kia hau atu ki ngā kōrero, kia kōrero tahi rātu, me te association, me te dean, nā rātu te ngā kōrero, engari ngā mātou, a tātou, ono, e titiro, e akarongo, e ha ngā hua ka taka mai I tērā hui. Kia hui tai, tahi rātou, ka tahi ono tātou ka mō. Nā whakaina rātou, te tulu tau, māma noe. Kia wātea rātou ki te whakareri, kia hoki mai tēnā whenua, te mea ko mimiti te lease, aha ko tātou I titirona mo te kaumā rua tau, Nei a rātou E titirona mo te tulu tau. Kia āta haere, mohe o rātou, ke hea te timatotanga, ke hea te wainganui, ke hea te wā ka hoki mai te whenua kia rātou. Te rāna te kōrero. Nā, ina, tai ki te wā ka hoki ki te tangata whenua, ka mohe o rātou, he kōrero anō ke kona I te taha o te tāhuhu o te mātauranga, mō ngā whare e rūma. Nā, te rāna te mā.
Mihi ana ki a kaukau ni rā, kapa hoino he pāpai kei roto I wera kōrero he kōrero pai mo te tuki, ka kōrero mo te
I te mea, he akaranga, this is a learning mo tātou. The question is for us to ensure if we can have, because we have got leases that have come up for renewal. The opportunity has been given to the tangata, to the hapu, to reconsider their position as the tangata whenua, so that they're not pressured to make those decisions, so that they can have their genuine discussions with the tenants that are on their whenua, and also the owners of the building, and so that they can find, because it's not something new, it's already been done in previous situations in education.
Thank you, Councillor Kapa. What I asked Councillor Kapa in Te Reo was if there was a question within there, and also knowing that this is a report that we will be actively considering in this meeting where discussion can be to the to the table. E mihi nui ana ki a kaurua. Thank you very much for coming and presenting this deputation to council. That is our time up, but we will be considering this today. E mihi nui ana. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Kia ora.
Kia ora mea, kia ora koutou.
All right. Before we get into our reports, and just a thank you to our 3 deputations for today. Just a few mayoral announcements. Very quickly, of course, a welcome to our kaipatiri, our interpreter for today, Kalati Wakefield, no mai hoki mai ki te whare there. Our maramataka Māori, in my maramataka, our moon phase is hotu, which is high energy just coming out of low energy. So copy and this agenda is hopefully going to get us to it. Ngā mihi nui o Puanga o Matariki. Puanga Matariki celebrations for the new year are taking place across the country as well as here in the far north. There is a media release with more details about what's on in the far north, and that can be found on our council's website. Our libraries, our museums are taking part in the celebrations. Our communities themselves, there's Bay of Islands Matariki Festival that's on. There's stuff going on up and down our beautiful district, and there's more about that online. I just also want to acknowledge our thousands of volunteers across the far north for last week's National Volunteer Week, Te Wiki Kaituao Motu. Without volunteers, obviously the wheels would not be turning. Thank you to anyone and everyone who works in a voluntary capacity across our district. I also want to pass on congratulations to the Kaitaia College School Choir, Ngā Reo o Kaitaia, for winning the award for Best Performance at the Big Scene Gala concert in Auckland. Wow. They will now represent us in the North Island finals in Rotorua, so congratulations to Kaitaia College. I also want to pass on congratulations to Quinn Witehira and Raika Tepania, who I haven't met, but I'm going to claim as a cousin of mine, for their accolades at the WKA World Championships for Mixed Martial Arts, Kickboxing and Karate. That was held in Bali, Indonesia. I believe that my cousin got 2 gold medals and Quinn got a silver and a bronze, so congratulations to them. I also heard that they're willing to trade off their medals for my Mare Bling Bling, so that might be a conversation we have there. I also want to acknowledge Councillor Harawira, who has stepped out, will do so when she gets back in. It was her birthday yesterday, so harihuri tau te whaihira, and remind me to tell her when she gets back in here as well. And of course, I forgot at the start of the meeting to acknowledge our new interim chief executive, Guy Holroyd. Welcome to the whare on the hot seat today for your first council meeting. We're very excited to have you on board while we go through our permanent recruitment process for our CE. And you've joined us from Ngātahi Forestry Trust, and just getting your feet under the table. And what a way to start with the formal council meeting in the first circuit. So, Hilda, and welcome to you. Whaihilda's back in the room, and I just want to acknowledge you, Whaihilda, Councillor Haukia Harawira, for your birthday yesterday. Happy birthday. And that is the end of my mayoral announcements. Just a reminder to any of our, I know we have a number of staff who are online, we potentially get elected members online as well. That if you are not speaking, please keep your microphone on mute and your camera off. If you're going to speak, please turn your microphone and your camera on. If possible, please use a headset so that you are heard and can hear clearly. And our meeting is again being live streamed on our Far North District Council YouTube channel. With that, we'll get to business, and we will start with item 5.1, which can be found on page 6 of your agenda. The recommendation is that council confirms the point of order.
Just before we get on to the minutes, I spent the whole Sunday afternoon going through this. It was very large, and I'd like to congratulate the staff who were involved in this, setting this agenda up. And as I said, when I went through it, a lot of it's pretty straightforward, and we shouldn't have many problems. I've noticed that in council meetings that they have been going on for a very, very long time. And I think, Mr. Mayor, that we need to put a time allocation on elected members, how much time they are given when they're talking, because I get extremely bored with some of them. So I think, you know, we need to set a set time, or else, you know, if you look at this, we should get through it within 4 hours, and that's it, and we're gone. So what I'm going to do, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to give you some salt.
It's not for you.
I'm allowing you this opportunity, though I don't think it's a point of order, Councillor.
It's not a point of order, but just in case someone gets, just spray it on me.
Is that for mine? Councillor Radich, I don't know whether to thank you or thank you, but we'll carry on with our meeting.
Point of order, standing orders outline that the mover has 10 minutes and standing orders.
Yes.
And
You'll be happy to know, Councillor Radich, that it hasn't gone unnoticed by myself or our staff. That council meetings have been a little bit dysfunctional of late. So we did have a pre-briefing before this meeting with our wonderful governance girls yesterday. We've got a plan in place to make sure that we're following standing orders so our meeting runs smoothly. Now on to item 5.1 on page 6, that council confirms the minutes of the extraordinary meeting held on the 20th of May 2023 and the council meeting held on the 1st of June 2023 is a true and accurate record. I'm happy to move that. Can I have a seconder? Thank you, Deputy Mayor Stratford. Would you like to speak to the motion? Did anyone pick up anything within our minutes that need attention? They haven't, we'll put that to a vote. Those in favour, please say aye. Those opposed, any abstentions? The motion is carried. We'll now move on to item 7.1, which can be found on page 388. The recommendation is that council notes the following community board minutes. The Te Heku, Bay of Islands and Kaikoura Hokianga Community Board minutes. I'm happy to move. Can I have a seconder, please? Thank you, Deputy Mayor Stratford. We will pass over to our Community Board chairs for comment. Chair Gardner, Te Heku Community Board. Would you like to speak to your minutes?
Meeting and funding applications. So the funding applications were Volunteer Northland, $2,000 and $2,660 to the Waipaka JMB Rugby Club and $5,000 to the Hotu Collective for Mandariki. So we did have an interesting good reputation from the people who are very passionate about our mosaic and high tire. So we did listen to them and we made a statement a couple of weeks later to say that we actually support the new town square. So, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair Gardner. We'll go over to you, Chair Ward, to speak to the Bay of Islands Whangaroa.
In the interest of salt, I will take it as read. I was asked to follow.
Thank you very much, Chair Ward. Councillor Vucic, did you want to highlight anything of particular note for the Kaikoura Hokianga Community Board minutes, noting that Chair Radkin is absent today?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and with Matthew sitting beside me, I'll be very quick. There's nothing really there. Yeah, I'll take it as being read. The only point that can raise, which is not strictly there, is that we are working at getting key community plans and strategies sorted out to get through the long-term plan. Thank you.
Thank you. I haven't had any indications to speak to these minutes, so we'll put it to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, abstentions, the motion is carried. We will now move to item 6.1 on page 28, the adoption of our 2023-24 annual plan. The motion is that Council A adopts the annual plan for 23-24. B, delegate authority to the Chief Executive Officer to approve any minor accuracy, grammatical or formatting amendments prior to it being published and uploaded to our council. Can I have a move for this motion? Thank you. Councillor Court, moved by Deputy Mayor Stratford. Councillor Court, would you like to speak to this?
No, thank you.
Deputy Mayor Stratford.
I just want to thank my colleagues for pointing out some of the errors such as the housing for the elderly monetary difference, which has now been amended. And yeah, I just support this being adopted today.
Thank you for that. Further speaking to this?
Thank you, Councillor McNally. The standard stuff for me, roading. There's not much money in here for roading. In fact, I think on page 42, it shows a total of 36 for roading and footpaths, total 36 million. Does it? But of that, drainage, culverts, curbs and channels, which includes, I presume, both the urban, our towns, and our rural areas, 677,000. Bridges and structures, 1.6 million. We're just underfunded by such a massive amount, and we need to look at something or somehow to change that. I guess that's coming up now in the long-term plan, the next review. But if you just look at the spend on district facility, 25 million on new works, roading, 17.2 on roading, and that shows up as minor improvements. So we need more on resealing, drainage, culvert management, just to maintain the asset we've got, because it's that wet foundation is why our roads keep blowing apart. I know I've got support from that from the roading engineers in the room. Water's the number one problem, and it's not just affecting us up here, it's nationwide. So I'm not sure how we're going to deal with that in this current year of spend, but we've got some major issues.
Kia ora,
Councillor Halkia Haruida.
Kia ora. On page 42, I would like to still reiterate that it is my hope that the council desists in dumping tickle into all of our harbours through the 16 wastewater sites. Like in the near future, like by the end of the year or by the end of the next financial year, that we've got a plan in place for that as part of our reform.
Thank you. Point noted, and I was excited to see yesterday the media release from Northern Regional Council that they had put forward $300,000 to for a business case for cleaning up the Hokianga Harbour. So you've done some research.
Thank you. I will be supporting this resolution, even though I have a reluctance in terms of where the spend is going, as has been raised by Councillor McNally and various other issues as well. But I have said this before, I would love to see in the current long-term plan we work through this thoroughly and have it really laid out with the annual plan portion of it, given how long it took to do, laid in stone as early as possible so that we are ahead of the game and we can actually do the works and get it done in this right season, not running into winter. So thank you. I'll be supporting.
Thank you. At this point, I have had 3 consecutive speakers in favour of the motion, so I will call for a speaker who is against the motion.
In order to speak, I'll speak against the motion.
Thank you. Please.
And I had a number of questions about the capital works expenditure, the amount of carry forwards. That's not outlined under the capital expenditure, it's just the overall amount. And I have questioned that in previous years, as well as previously from the staff, because we put a huge number in year 1 and then we don't deliver it, and then we just carry it forward into consecutive years. And there has been a historic concern with our council and really needs a change in how we approach both the annual plan and the long-term plan. A question about the land drainage targeted rate, and I've brought this up to the staff, and also about the stormwater rate for urban stormwater and the portion taken from the general rate. Under the current stormwater activities on page 42, it highlights stormwater improvements and It also for new works, and then it also highlights renewals, but there's just a large number. It isn't granular, and then we can outline the activities. There's been a number of requests from the public about overland flow paths and how that interrelates with road drainage, and then also what is the reticulation and who actually does that. My concern is that without it being specified as part of the stormwater rate, if it's for operations or capital, then that money is not necessarily directed to specified activities that will address the concerns of larger stormwater events. So I guess that's a question for stormwater from our staff for stormwater improvements, new works, renewals for stormwater renewals, and the 25% increase in the targeted rate for land drainage with no public consultation about how those matters will be addressed, and operationally if they will be done by our 3 waters team for reticulated overland flow paths and for piped works, and for overland flow paths and open drainage, which staff within our 400 staff will be actually addressing those concerns.
Would like an answer to that? Which staff will be addressing those concerns?
And in terms of the different buckets of money here that are highlighted.
The breakdown for the storm renewals on page 42? 42,
yep, stormwater improvements and then stormwater renewals. It's not specified if that's operational renewals or the new works, if it's actually capital works or improvements, and therefore operationally, in terms of the number of staff, who will be addressing overland flow paths and water outside of piped reticulation from within our 400 staff members.
Thank you, Councillor Foy. Chief Executive Holroyd, this may be a question you'd like to pass over to some of our staff in this space.
Correct. Thank you for that question, Felicity. I'd actually like to hear from our engineer and also from Janice, if you, in terms of finances and the allocation process.
So through the chair, it is a very relevant question, and I think it's something that we will, I will be taking up with Farnham Porters to understand where the split of responsibility is in terms of the flow paths and pipe networks. And I'd like to come back to you offline and brief all the elected members on that, if that's okay with you.
Also with the housing facility, thank you for addressing that, Janice, to your staff. That was a concern raised. And I think as well, our rates on page 39. When we actually look at how much money we're actually collecting versus on page 41 of only 1% stormwater rate. A significant underspend in terms of the amount of issues that we're getting from our public. I think this will be a significant matter that we can address in the long-term plan. But there needs to be a clear delineation about who's addressing, because in my opinion, at the moment, no one's addressing it. Ventia saying it's the district engineer's responsibility, the district engineer saying it's Ventia's responsibility, and there's been no responses to dozens of RFSs and no bucket of money in order to address them.
Thank you for that, Councillor Foy, and I'll ask that Deputy Mayor Stratford add this to our agenda for our Chief Executive Review Committee. when we want specifics, we need to make sure that that's part of our KPIs for the boss person in the seat, so that it actually happens. Do we have any other speakers against the motion? Councillor McNally, you have already spoken to this,
Right.
so standing orders do not let you speak again unless you are foreshadowing an amendment of some form.
Don't tempt him.
My concern, it'll be very brief, if you look at the previous minutes, page 16, the capital program was 106.9 million, which excludes additional requests. Under C on that page, the carry forwards were 19.7. And then we go to page 28 of this agenda, the capital expenditure is 110.5, and if you add 106, 19.7, and the extra projects that we approved of 6.3, you've got to 132 million. And I just had concerns around the accuracy, particularly when within the new plan that we were supposed to approve, there was 6.975 million new works for housing for elderly, which we'd spoken about during the lead up. So I'm just really concerned about what else are we missing. It's a big document.
Thank you. In those points, I know. I also know that, and I suppose I'll take it from you if this has started or not, that we do have a combined oversight group for capital works, of which yourself, Councillor Boy, Councillor Court, and Councillor Busich are all members of, along with staff to oversee this. I'll ask that you put on the agenda for that if Kevin's in the room, if it can be noted.
It's the Infrastructure Acceleration Fund, it's not capital works per se.
Oh, my apologies. My understanding was that that was wider scope than just the IAF.
Feel free to widen.
I will widen that scope if we can have that noted, please. All right.
It's just, the one point is, we're about to approve the next year's budget. What else is incorrect?
Okay, we will take this to a vote unless Councillor Court would like a reply. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Aye. Nelly.
Recorded. Councillor McNally, Councillor Poi, Councillor Kiskovich, Councillor Radich abstained. So the motion is carried. So I was going to take a breather for 2 seconds now. So, you're all being well behaved. I appreciate it. We will now go to item 6.2 on page 88. And that is the setting of rates, due dates and penalties for 23-24. The recommendation is that pursuant to section 23 of the Local Government Rating Act of 2002, Council sets the rates as described below for the year commencing the 1st of July 2023 and concluding the 30th of June 2024, and that all rates shown are inclusive of GST. So we have our general rates, our uniform and general charge, targeted rates including roading rates and differentials, our ward services rates, our stormwater rates, our development rates across CBDs that have them, Paihia, Kaitaia and Bay Islands Recreation Centre. We have private roading rates, and then we have our sewage rates across the different schemes within this. We also have our water rates, which are captured in this as well, and the fees in respect of postponed rates that we are considering in this recommendation. Can I remove this,
I'm happy
please?
to move.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Stratford. A seconder. Thank you, Councillor Court. Deputy Mayor Stratford.
Order. Just quickly, every time that we move this in the annual plan or the RTP, I always want to urge the finance team to look at rating, like doing the water reading billing outside of the rates billing. There's some areas that get both of them at the same or just after the other, and it is a financial burden that just is compounded. The other thing that I do acknowledge is unfortunately we didn't adopt district-wide rating of the schemes, you know, the wastewater and water So that's had an impact on some of the wastewater treatment plants such as Kohukohu, unfortunately, and Hihi. But when you look at how many connections there are in those communities and the upgrade or renewal work that has to take place on those plants so that they are hopefully compliant or, you know, in the future will be compliant, the costs are necessary. And I'd probably just add that affordable waters is not, the plug hasn't been pulled out of the bathtub yet. Hopefully there'll be some respite when, you know, if affordable waters does go through, and then we'll be rated across the entity rather than scheme by scheme, which would spread the cost. There's some winners with the district-wide rating having not gone through. You'll see that the rates for Kawakawa wastewater treatment plant have gone down further. The rates for Kaikohe have gone down for their wastewater, but they will in turn go up in the future when the Infrastructure Acceleration Fund projects get underway. So I just want to take the last few minutes, so a few seconds to thank our staff in the rating team for your leniency, and just if there's any public watching this meeting today, if you are struggling to pay your rates and if you feel even more overwhelmed when you get your new bills, because this, you know, there are some significant rates increases for many people with the valuations having increased on their properties, don't just bury your head in the sand. Get in contact with the staff on the 0800 number, make some time to sit down and make a plan for how you can make it more achievable, because you can put it on a payment plan. Yeah, and I'll just leave it at that. Thank you, Kahita.
Thank you very much. Councillor Court.
No debate, thank you, Your Worship.
Councillor Floyd.
Thank you, Mayor Moko. Just have a number of questions, and I'll just point your attention to page 94. I think Motutangi will be very happy that they won't be paying any rates at all for their land drainage rates. $0 within each area A, B, and C. I'm guessing that the staff don't want to give them zero rates.
No, actually we do.
You do?
The decision, I believe, was that there were sufficient reserves to cover the work for this year, therefore no rate was required.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not okay then, that's fine. I'll almost everybody that means there's also no bucket of money if they want to do works, because it's a targeted rate and it can't come out of any other bucket. So that was my first question, and so further to that,
Can wait a year.
yeah, so further to that, my other question is, if there's no rate and it's coming out of reserves and there's an allocation of a staff member that's coming from the targeted rate, and Motutangi aren't paying anything towards that, is there sufficient money within the reserves to pay for that allocated staff member?
Chief Executive Paul, whether we could get a response to that question.
Janice, do you?
Yeah, I think the whole plan has been taken into consideration with Motutangi to make sure that it covers both.
As we're striking the rates today, I hope that is the case, or else I won't be doing any work.
Councillor Busick.
I had another.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
First question. So the other question is about the general rate differential, and how that interrelates with the QB valuations, of which have until today two objections. I'm not sure how many more injections have got since our presentation now, but how will it work in terms of striking the rate and the number of objections and the total value of the objections and moving that between land use classes? If we're striking the rate today and there's, $20 million of no objections, well, I'm not sure the value.
Through the chair, we have to strike the rates on the values that exist on the 1st of July. So we are very aware that we will have objections in play that may take through to December to actually
to come to fruition in terms of whether they're accepted or declined. If the rate changes as a result of the valuation objection, then we will re-rate based on what the outcome of that objection is.
And ratepayers will be reimbursed back the difference?
Or charged more.
Or charged more.
Or charged more the difference?
Yes. Only for their specific rate account though. We don't reset the differential for everybody every time we get a valuation objection settled. So it is on individual accounts as they go up or down.
And that will be done between now and December, depending on how long.
Depends on how long the objections take to clear. Yeah.
Thank you for that clarification. That was the only other questions I had. The rest will be proposed as part of the long-term plan, particularly changes to the differentials themselves.
Thank you, Councillor Foy. I have Councillor Vucic, then Councillor McNally.
Yep, thank you, again, I'll be supporting it. We'll be sending the bills out in July and we don't have much choice in the time frame, but just picking up on some of the things, the capital rate, which is very high, even though they've got a 600,000 reserves there, and there was some work done on long-term asset funding where the interest on that money was considered to be given to that community, which I believe hasn't happened, which it should be. Certainly, if you've got deficit, you are being charged interest against your scheme. So there's no, this is what I mean about doing that in a real tidy up, and we can actually address much of affordability by doing that properly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McNally.
You just, my questions relate page 88 and 89, in particular the differential on page 88, general versus commercial, it's 2.74 times more for the commercial. And then if you go to the table on page 89, horticulture, they pay a third of the amount of dairy land as a differential. Forestry pays 9 times the dairy land value.
That's roading rate.
Just for roading. Yeah, I'm not sure that you've got that quite right. And then in addition, commercial is also 3 times horticulture. So commercial get it a couple of times in that process alone. Can we explain those, please?
Thank you, Councillor McNally. Chief Executive Bold, if we could get a response to those questions.
Very interesting points raised, and I'd like more to for myself, that was the basis on which these arrived.
Yep.
Do you have any comments?
I do.
Janice?
Through the chair, the proportion of the roading differential rate was set in 2012. Those proportions have remained in place, and we've been through 2 rate reviews where we have considered removing these differentials completely. The last rate review declined to remove them. So this is the differential that applies to, I think it's about $1.4 million of roading rate and nothing else. But those differentials were set back in 2012. The proportions haven't changed in that time.
Yeah, I remember them. I think they were set for a specific purpose back then.
And that purpose remains. That has not changed in the period in between.
I'm not sure the differential between dairy and horticulture is correct. Because you look at the tonnage coming off horticulture.
We haven't changed the base on which this is set. We've not been allowed to.
Long-term plan, eh?
Long-term plan.
Thank you, Councillor McNally. I'll go to Deputy Mayor Stratford for right of reply.
Being distracted here. Can't remember what it was. No.
Thank you. I'll put that to a vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Abstentions?
I abstain.
Councillor McNally, abstention. The motion is carried. We will now move to. Oh my goodness, sorry, I'm just going to find it. Item 6.3, speed limit review, page 98.
I'd like to signal an alternate recommendation.
Thank you. I'm happy for you to move that as the motion for us to consider.
my alternate recommendation is that this matter is referred to the newly formed road committee. There are a number of questions that I think need to be examined in this report that is not possible to do under standing orders at a council meeting.
I acknowledge that and am happy to second it, but I would like to go to staff just for commentary on the potential implications of deferring this to our roading committee, whose first meeting will likely be in September, August, maybe end of August, September.
I can speak to that, certainly. So,
and welcome, kia ora.
Thank you, everyone. So the project for the Bay of Islands Kerikeri speed limit catchment is currently funded in this LTP period. There's an expectation that we deliver at least a portion of the works within this LTP. We currently have not completed our detailed design, and obviously there's a lead time for tendering and implementation. So we're working against that June 2024 deadline. That said, we do have a plan to deliver this catchment over 2 LTP periods. So the last year of this LTP and the first year of the next. So I believe that if a decision was made in September, it would not necessarily impact our plans for this LTP period.
Just further question. Will it delay any of the other catchments that are waiting for their speed review to take? It will.
Through the chair, it will not delay any of the other catchments. Our regional speed management plan, which, as I'm assuming you're concerned about the Russell Tutakaka catchment, is on track under that review.
Okay.
Sorry, because we have switched into debate and questions to the space, I will just afford Councillor Court the right to speak to her resolution that I have seconded. Councillor Court.
And just to get the chocolate fish award of the day, Cove Road on page 343 of the original report is in Wabaray. You can pay me with our chocolate fish later. I'm actually very supportive of the speed reviews. I'm not asking for a delay to frustrate the process. It's just that I have a number of questions and I have not had the opportunity to have that conversation with my colleague as the report comes straight to council. And standing orders don't permit us to have time to have that debate. So I can just go through very quickly within the, and not using up all my time. I've read this report a number of times. My pages don't tally with the pages that are in the new agenda because I've had all my notes from last time. The basis of reducing speed is that speed limit should be fair, consistent, predictable, credible, and based on evidence that is safe and appropriate. And speed limits will be the most effective when they make sense to most people, and we will get good compliance without the need for heavy enforcement. In my years attending the Northland Road Safety Forum, we've had a number of psychologists come and present to us about why drivers speed on roads. And it's not because we're naughty, it's because subconsciously, if a road is engineered for a certain speed, we drive to that speed. And we get a situation where drivers increase their speed to where they're sitting comfortably on the road. So we have a number of roads that are engineered for higher speeds than this recommendation that we are being asked today to accept support. And a really good example that I just want to focus on because I'm very familiar with this one is Waipapa Road, where the report talks about Waipapa Road being well engineered for its current speed limit, above an engineering standard of all other roads, has a low crash risk, it is a high quality road with large traffic movements, and its current mean operating speed is 74 kilometres an hour. And yet we've been asked to lower the speed limit to 60 kilometres an hour. And I think that will just antagonise and frustrate motor users. On the other side of the ledger, we have Kapira Road, and as we heard this morning, that has a high crash rate and sadly has 2 DSIs. But we know that if we just reduce the speed limit without enforcement, drivers will still drive to the engineering speed limits of the road, so drivers will still speed. The only way to really reduce speed is enforcement or engineering, and there's a lot that can be done through engineering that will reduce the speed limit on roads. There's also concerns in the report where it's using Kiwi protection as the justification for reducing the speed limit. We all want to save the Kiwis and no one wants to see Kiwis run over, and I accept that. This is not a criteria anywhere in the setting of speed limit rules. So that has raised some concerns in my mind about some of the bases for the engineering recommendation. We also know that typical speed limits for an urban environment should be between 30 and 50, and yet we've just got blanket 30 throughout this report. So that has some concern. And the other thing I just wanted to bring my colleagues' attention to is that the matters that we must have regard to when setting the speed limit is the function and use of the road, the crash and injury risk for the road, the characteristics of the road and roadside, adjacent land use, traffic volumes, intersections and public access way, planned physical changes to the road, mean operating speeds, any other matter the agency considers appropriate, and the principles and outcomes of any government road safety strategy. I would like the opportunity for my colleagues to sit down and understand what all of these mean. And finally, in the interest of time, Your Worship, I'm also concerned about the cost. I did ask the manager of the engineer if he could give me a cost, and he said I can't give you a bespoke cost, I can give you a per kilometre cost, and he's going to answer that today. And one of the other things that I'd like my colleagues to consider is whether there is a better bang for our buck in spending road safety money on the high risk roads that we have in the district and where we have a high number of children and pedestrian and cyclists rather than just blanket speed limits across the district. That is the reason that I'm asking for the matter to be referred to the rating committee so we can have a forensic examination.
Thank you for that. As seconder, I'm in support of your prohibition. I can see our Northern Transportation Alliance manager, Calvin, here. Calvin, you may like to speak to the proposal to defer this to our Te Koko Transport Committee.
Through the chair, this completely in terms of further educating the members, I think this is a good approach. As Elizabeth has mentioned, there is funding within the LPP. Part of the provision to carry that forward is that we are in progress. So the idea is to get the detailed design underway as soon as the meetings are approved by council. So in that respect, completely supportive of the approach. If there is opportunity to convene the committee before September, obviously that would assist in ensuring we get this year's capital expenditure completed as planned as well as we can, noting Councillor McMillan's point before about Carrickfords. With respect to the program, the targeted program is focused on the urban school areas first in the first year of the multi-year implementation. And I will hand to Elizabeth because I asked her to pull together the average cost estimate for the implementation, noting that it is 69% subsidised for what we're taking, and also noting that at present most RCA's compliance with speed limit rules is not at the level it should be in terms of the rules, so there would be a level of investment required just to upgrade existing signage over time with the rules as well. So I'll hand over to you.
Thanks, Calvin.
So you've taken several of my points. Thank you very much. So what we found in tendering similar projects across all of Northland, not just in the far north, is the average cost per kilometre is between 2,000 at the low end for a very rural catchment and 3,000 to 3,500 for the more intensive urban, depending again very much on the number of engineering up or infrastructure investments, such as traffic calming, gateway treatment, things like that. So for the Carey Creek Bay of Islands catchment, I would put the estimate at somewhere between 800,000 and 1 million. So that's sort of the range for the implementation of the full catchment. Again, funded through Walker Bridge Assessment.
Thank you. Councillor Vucic?
Yeah, I can
You're
see.
speaking to the, sorry, if I could just ask Case to bring the resolution, the recommendation that we are speaking to, which isn't the speed limit review itself, but rather the deferral to allow Coco Transport Committee. Councillor Vucic?
Yeah, I can see Councillor Court's concerns, and we've already been through a phase where we've allowed the right speed limits, and those same concerns should have been raised then, I would say. And now I'm starting to think, do we actually look at a bigger picture and say, are we being smart about all of this? So I'm a little bit reluctant to say, yeah, I'd agree with those changes, but I can understand the concerns, and I've heard those concerns from the public as well about those things. So I'll take a decision when it comes to voting, but I do have that concern that how many people potentially, especially in the high areas where schools and so on vote are there. I'd hate to think that there'll be a death or two just in between the delay period. So that's my concern, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Foy?
I've got two questions. The first being, I don't understand why the speed limits now have changed, that they go 40, 60, 80 instead of 30, 50, 70, as previously, we've seen. What's the rationale behind that from
Councillor
the powers that
Foy,
do?
that question doesn't really pertain to the current recommendation up here, but it's definitely a question.
Point of order, it does relate to it because the recommendation, if it was to proceed as currently written, actually includes those speed limits.
Though
So
that's what we're voting on right now.
Yes, but if that doesn't succeed, then it will be followed to the original motion.
And once we vote on this one, then I'll be happy for you to put that question across.
Well, I'll leave my next question then, because it pertains to changes in land use and therefore the changes to speed limits accordingly and no development contributions that relate to roading and traffic.
I do also note, take on board that too. I remember us having a workshop in this space for our first speed limit review where it was, why are we changing? This new council hasn't been afforded the same sort of induction into that space too, and I've forgotten the reasoning in any case. Councillor Court, would you like a right of reply?
Yes, I would, thank you. Just to address Councillor Vucic's concern, I apologise that I didn't think of this sooner when we did other speed reviews. All I can tell you is that as I've become more and more involved in the Road Safety Forum and the New Zealand Automobile Association meeting, my learnings have grown. And with my learnings, I hope that I'm able to impart those learnings to my colleagues. The only thing that we're legally required to do is to adopt variable or permanent speed limits around schools, and I fully support that. Children are our most vulnerable, and unfortunately they still will run out across the road. But my reason for asking for it to be deferred at this point is not to, as I said, frustrate or delay the process unnecessarily. There are a lot of questions, there are a lot of costs involved in this, and maybe that there's other ways that we can achieve better outcomes through urban design that lowers cars' speed without infringements and actually meaningfully addresses our egregious road tolls. So that's all I'm asking for, is a little bit of time. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll put that to a vote. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Deputy Mayor Stratford, Councillor Vucic, abstentions? The motion is carried. That has been deferred to our Te Koko Committee, which is to be established Calvin.
Just further to that, and noting Councillor Ford's lost opportunity to ask the questions. Can we just ask that between now and that first committee meeting that the councillors put forward their questions and concerns that they do have. We will develop a paper based on the base knowledge, but if there are specific areas, it would be really helpful to understand what they
Thank you. Today we'll be establishing the committee without terms of reference, but what we'll do is get one of those reserve states as a workshop on the terms of reference themselves, and also if we could invite our NTA whānau in to address those concerns too, so it's sooner rather than later.
Put my apologies for that paper delay at the end of today. I've got to shoot that summary again.
Thank you. I'll let you off today, Calvin. We'll go to item 6.4, alternative options for asset management system on page 281. The recommendation is that council approves permanently terminating the deployment of the info public sector IPS system for non-Three Waters asset management. B, that staff investigate an alternative size appropriate purpose system. C, that staff continue working with the National Transition Unit and Watercare to implement Whānau Waters Alliance Three Waters asset management system on the appropriate platform. I'm happy to move this motion. Do I have a seconder?
Yeah, I'll second it.
Thank you, Councillor Research. Easy enough for me. It's whether or not Three Waters, affordable waters reform happens, election pending, it makes a lot more sense for us to all be on the same systems across the Upper North Island, so we're better aligned. This paper is, to my reading of it, I read it a couple of times, doing that, so I'm in favour of this. Councillor Research.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. I'm in favour. I have to admit, when you read some of the points that it does worry me. It's been an IT project that was looking like it was going to fail. So I just want a bit of assurance that the staff investigating alternatives will be seeking support and help in that, working with the bigger players in the Three Waters domain, or what other councils are actually doing. I'd also like to see a system that integrates, and I did request that right at the beginning, with our financial system, whatever that be. In fact, that was one of the items that was looked at when we started, that came that F1 actually had built into the software if we went by that model. So I'd be keen to see all of that. Some of the terms there, which I can understand, in the report, I'd like them to be clarified so that other councils reading it know what SaaS means, software as a service, and what are the implications of that as well. So when that new report comes, that's what I'd like to see as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Foy.
I'm not sure if the report writer is here. I had a question about other Northland councils and their asset management system for Kaipara and Whangarei for recreational services assets, and what system they're using. There's two follow on from, that was a point of clarification. And that will determine if I support the motion or not.
Very good one too. Chief Executive Holland, we might pass over to Genesis, but we'll do it for this one.
Through the chair, I believe all three councils are on different systems. Whangarei are Technology One. Kaipara, I believe, are not on Pathway or Technology One. They're on something else, can't remember what that's called. And the NLC have moved all of their projects and platforms over to Infor Pathway. So they are using the old Hanson, which is where we were going. The NRC moved all of theirs.
Thank you for that clarification. In that case, I'd like to speak against the current motion. The fact that Whangarei District Council is the largest council in all of Northland, with the largest population, and we are only, we're neighbours to them, and I totally agree with us having the same asset management system in order to future-proof it, just like previous narrative around the recommendation. My reading of the report doesn't actually show that they're aligning, based on what the staff has said here, that we're going to result in different systems with the Whanganui Council and Paipara Council will only align with the Northern Regional Council, who are actually a territorial authority. So they won't have recreational assets slightly different. Based on that, I'd like to foreshadow an amendment that does lie on the table until we talk to our other councils and then we align that.
Can I respond to that through the chair? We are talking to them all the time. With the Future for Local Government report coming out, we are talking about shared platforms as opposed to systems. What this report is asking you to do is to stand down the system that we currently have and allow us to have those conversations around what next. It's not asking you to continue to commit to Infor, it's to actually stand down and the work we're currently doing to move into that space.
Janice, can we expect that when staff have had those conversations and landed on something, then that will come back to council?
We will have to, because we can't have any contracts without doing so.
Thank you, we will go on that basis. I won't
Withdraw your foreshadow. Thank you. Councillor Kapa.
I just want to get some sort of assurance that the system that Whanganui is using is a successful system for them, is going to be going forward. And if we are going to match in terms of platforms, that means we all go on the same system. Would that decrease our maintenance in terms of?
I mean, that's for what Whanganui and Kaipara do, and I mean, Kaipara don't even use Teams or Zoom, so I probably wouldn't look at what system they're using down there. But what we'd be looking to do, what I would think we are doing is talking to Watercare, who have the largest management system.
So through the chair for Three Waters, yes, we are talking to Watercare. We're all moving to a common platform in terms of asset hierarchy, so that everything flows to the NTA. If NTA doesn't happen, then we're still on the same platform. We would become a tenant in their space so that it's common. In terms of the systems that we use for our community-focused assets, Whangarei are on a software as a service platform with Technology One, which is completely different to our platform. We're on premise at the moment. We're here, we're on the server here. So we are looking to how we move from being on-prem to cloud, and whether it's cloud or software as a service. Software as a service brings a lot of operational costs with it because you occupy a common framework for your system and the provider does all of your system upgrades. So it is an operational cost focused process, whereas our current process of being on-prem allows us to capitalise those assets and servers. So it is a change in how it's going to hit the costs, and we need to work through that very carefully to see what it means for our ratepayers as well as the council. So that's part of the process of moving everything from being on server to being cloud or SaaS focused. And that will then give us some idea about who and what systems we partner with.
Councillor McNally.
Yeah, just the, I think we have to be looking a bit further afield than the northern councils. We've got to be looking at Auckland and potentially further south, particularly Auckland if this Three Waters goes ahead. I see the bottom on page 281, the last sentence in the second paragraph. You refer to a separate initiative has been established that is taking water assets into Three Waters Watercare Asset Management System for Far North Waters Alliance. I would have thought that would have been the main initiative if we're looking to go the way of Three Waters long term. So just a bit confusing when you read the report what you're trying to do, and I support what Felicity was talking about. We need to know just what system are we heading for before we give staff because basically we're giving staff the opportunity to carry on with this. And the other question I had was, we hear repeatedly that Northern Transport Alliance, our roading asset management system, is the exemplar for roading throughout New Zealand. Why aren't we looking at that system?
Thank you, Janice.
The roading asset management system is RAM, and it only deals with roading assets. So
Still a system. You've got the same thing in water. You've got source, pipes, pumps.
and that's why we're going along with the water care structure and their hierarchy. So that will be common going forward, regardless of whether Three Waters or Affordable Waters goes through or not. We will adopt the same structure and be a tenant in their system on the same platform.
So I think we've got to go further afield than north in our search.
Thanks, Steve. What I'm getting for staff through Chief Executive Holroyd from elected members is that we need to be kept abreast of this as it happens and not wait for the report to come to us. So briefings and updates along the journey should this motion carry is what I'm hearing from my colleagues, please. I did see that Chief Engineer, District Engineer Andy was speaking there. Did you want to speak to this, Andy?
I think I'll just echo Janice's comments. Certainly, the new entity is moving towards a national standard for asset management, so the system will be across all of the water entities going forward with a standard data hierarchy, so it makes sense in terms of the resolution. So if that helps elected members going forward, then great for them.
Thank you. All right. I don't need a right of reply. We'll put this to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Abstentions? The motion is carried. We'll now go to item 6.5, the ground lease to Northam Kindergarten Association for Tequila Avenue, Paihia on page 293.
Mr. Chair, you said at the beginning that you want to pause to talk this way.
That is right. We are going to go for a break because some of us have been in meetings since 8:30 this morning as well. So I will see you all back here at 12 o'clock. Thank you. Betty.
or
Don't strain yourself, although I have delivered one baby before. I don't want to do another one.
Yeah, no, thank you.
I'm on about previous.
Really? Training that wife, right? Are you, Kia ora whanau, we are going to item 6.5, ground lease to Northern Kindergarten Association, to Canada Avenue Pai here. I'm moving an alternate recommendation to this. It will be the same as that which is in your agenda. I'm reducing the term to 3 years. I did have a conversation with our legal, sorry, Carla, I don't know your proper title, legal manager. Carla, while a 12-year lease with the right of renewal does have scope within it for changes and things like that, I think it's easier we just go for 3 years for now, so that those conversations can be had. It doesn't mean that in 3 years' time a 12-year lease doesn't come back to the table, but just to give that assurity to Ngāti Kawa and Ngāti Rahiri that those conversations can be had in this 3 years. I am moving a reduced term to only 3 years there. Can I have a second to that recommendation? Thank you, Councillor Haukia Harawira. Would you like to speak to this motion?
Carl.
Thank you. Opening the floor. Councillor Floyd.
Thank you, Member Hall. Just on this matter of reserves, and given that it's council reserve, this here is for the 3-year lease that you've currently moved. I just wanted to note under the Reserves Act, if we as a council have any co-management agreements for any of our recreation reserves, historic reserves, scenic reserves, nature reserves, scientific reserves within our district, because we obviously aren't the Office of Treaty Settlements. However, we can, under the Reserves Act, have co-management of any of those types of reserves as per the Reserves Act.
Chief Executive Polroy, yourself or any staff aware of any co-management arrangements we have across our 861 reserves?
I'm not fully in favour of this, but my understanding was that the council does have the mandate to manage and have input to these reserves. I might have some limited knowledge there. Is that the issue here today?
Just asking if we do have any current arrangements in that space.
The only co-management arrangement I'm aware of is the 90 Mile Beach.
Thank you, Member. It was just in relation to the current motion A and B, and I won't foreshadow C, but that was a consideration of mine about co-management, because that is something that we could do, although we are the legal owners, in terms of collaboration with Iwi Hapu, even with its remaining name. And it's the same issue with Moringai in Ahipara. That is an option that we had under statute under the Reserves Act.
While we don't have co-management arrangements, we do of course have Iwi Hapu environmental management plans. Some of those and reserves are captured in some of those, so not in the sense of a specified co-management arrangement though, Councillor McKinnon.
Yeah, so the reserve would have been created when the Tikamari Avenue subdivision was done, and so it's council has that by default. I asked a specific question of those submissives when they want it back, they want the land back. We simply can't do that, we're not the Treaty Settlements Organisation. So what Councillor Ford is suggesting there is how can we include them in this lease arrangement? And given that the lease is a whole $115 a year, when it is, 13 plus GST, maybe allow them to be part of that management group, so they're looking after the kindergarten, the scouts, it's on their land, and then they can move towards exiting it, whether they buy the buildings or whatever. But it's the land they're after, which is part of the treaty settlement process. It happens to be occupied by a couple of buildings and tenants. So there's a, so what
thank you for that.
Felicity's looking at is, you know, how do we engage them?
What I'd say is that Ngāti Kawe and Ngāti Rahiri Hapu this morning in their deputation also said that they were comfortable with us to grant a 3-year lease, so that that doesn't stop us from having those conversations on what that could look like over the next 3 years, rather than us leaving this to lie, which was one of the options that we could have considered, for the sake of us just getting the security of a lease for the Kindergarten Association in place right now. This seems to be a way forward that we can achieve what everyone is actually seeking in this space. I haven't had any further requests to speak, and I do not need a right of reply, so I'll put this to a vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Abstentions? The motion is carried. We'll now move to item 6.6, the acceptance of the 23 to 26 final polling statement of intent on page 302. And the recommendation is that council accepts the statement of intent from Final Polls Limited for the period of the 1st of July 2023 to the 30th of June 2026. Can I have a mover for this recommendation, please? Thank you, Councillor Pleskovic, and a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Halkian Harawira. Councillor Pleskovic.
Kaore e ana ki te koro e ngari e moko. I gana it's a statement of intent for Final Polls. Thank you.
Kaiwhiti reo Waitford. I don't wish to speak. Councillor Halkian Harawira, do you wish to speak?
Rika e kōrero.
Kaiwhiti reo. Councillor Vucic, I know you had put your hand up to second or to move this.
No comment, but just want to note that, as you've already mentioned, Mr. Chair, that there is an increase in the dividend to be paid, so that was so that they are above the targets. Thank you.
Councillor Court.
Thank you, Wish. I have a question on page 315, and apologies that I was not able to attend the workshop, but the question may have been answered. But under dividend policy, at the end of the first paragraph, it says, and I'll just read, should the dividend not be paid in any year, we will provide an explanation as to the causes behind it. And then the first sentence of the next paragraph, for the following year, the company will endeavour to pay the following minimum dividend. My question is, whose decision is it? The way that reads to me, that's their decision. I would have thought it was Allison's. I just want clarity on who gets to decide whether or not a dividend is paid or not. Thank you.
Thank you. that, Councillor Court. We'll go over to staff.
Very interested in this one. Do you have any comment?
Through the chair, I would say it would be council. I would think if they were in a position of being unable to pay a dividend, then we would have had clear signals of that through the quarterly reports that we get from them to indicate that they weren't going to be in a profitable situation. So I would expect that to come back to council to have that conversation.
Is this embodied anywhere in the constitution of the company, or presumably the shareholders agreement?
Yeah, they are.
Is it shareholder?
Yeah.
I note that the precluding sentence before that one is that there would be consultation with us in this space as well. Not that that gives me comfort that it's not their decision, and I know that in our workshop from the original statement of intent we put back on them that we expect more in terms of the dividend. What I don't want is that they've just put that in numbers, but there's a cop-out clause within the statement of intent which actually doesn't necessitate them meeting those obligations. And just if staff could comment on further comfort in this space for us.
I don't have any comment on that in terms of further comfort. I'm intending to investigate that one.
Councillor McNally.
I think that projected 3-year dividend on 15 is actually foreshadowed by the operating profit forecast on 314, and in there they, in their operating profit 3-year forecast, they talk about profitability forecast for the next 3 years remain tight due to interest rate increases, inflation previously reported, lingering COVID impact, blah, 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 and the phases of development. So a lot of the developments will come online. So that's simply 50% of what their profit projections are. And I agree with the previous speakers that they will have to come back to their quarterly reports, and there's no other game. I do note also that they're stirring up Pepperani Township at the moment with the development they're proposing.
I grew up there. Further speaking rights?
I was just going to add comments to that. As Top Energy does, it's the shareholders which are us, the use of power, but the company decides what dividend they're paying generally.
And we'll keep track of this through our Te Miro Miro Assurance Risk and Finance Committee and those quarterly updates that will be coming to us as well. Councillor Klestovich, would you like to reply? We'll put that to a vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Those opposed, abstentions, the motion is carried. We'll now move to item 6.7 on page 319. The recommendation is for council to decide where our 5 votes I think we get walked through the AGM for President and Vice President, and I am happy to take suggestions on who we should put through here. The recommendation is that council supports the election of blank as President and blank as Vice President. I will move that council supports the election of Neil Holdham as President of Local Government New Zealand and Campbell Berry as Vice President of Local Government New Zealand. Do I have a seconder to that? Thank you, Councillor Radich. I know all of the prospective candidates in this space. I sit on National Council with Mayor Sam Broughton and also Mayor Dan Gordon. And through the provincial sector, I know Mayor Neil Holdham quite well, who is standing for the President of Local Government New Zealand. I think that any one of them would do a phenomenal job in this space. I'm good mates with all of them, and it's actually quite a hard decision to make. Why I am moving Mayor Neil Holdham as President of Local Government New Zealand is I believe that our #1 issue is roading. Mayor Neil Holdham has made his campaign on roading itself, and I think that's what we need right now. We of course had Mayor Sam Broughton with us today, and it was great to have him here in the far north in Kaikohe, or in the mid north in Kaikohe, to speak to us. So I'm very much in appreciation of these colleagues of ours who have put their hands up in this space. in terms of the vice presidency, Mayor Campbell Berry is now in his third term, so is well placed to be able to step into this role as vice president. Again, though, I think that Mayor Paula would do a phenomenal job in this space. I just would like to see a provincial mayor with a Wellington-based vice president who is a little bit closer to the capital. At the same time, I think there are benefits in having someone who's down there and also able to just go knock on the door of our ministers in that space. Councillor Rauch, did you want to speak to this motion at all? Opening the floor. Councillor Court.
I would like to suggest an alternate for Vice President and Paula Dow. And the reason that I'm making that recommendation, they're all capable, and I have followed all of their YouTube videos and their promotional campaigns. Paula Southgate represents regional council, so she brings a different perspective to the table. And I have nothing against Mayor Campbell Barry, but we would end up with 2 urban mayors as president and vice president of local government.
Mayor Paula is the mayor of Hamilton City, but she has previously stood on regional council yet. I'm happy to take these separately, actually, to that effect, so that we can.
She was first elected to the Waikato Regional Council and had 15 years experience in environment, transport, fire, security and policy. So I just felt that she added a different lens, and also she's female, and I think we need to consider gender diversity in our election, and we shouldn't just stack the deck with men.
Thank you. Thank you for that commentary. Councillor Versus.
Comment, Mr. Chair, we have a mover and a seconder. I would recommend, as you've just said as well, that we vote on parts.
A and B separately.
Yeah.
I just want to express my support for Mayor Sam Broughton of South District Council over Neil Holden, because I feel with the Future for Local Government report coming out and the huge amount of work that needs to be done in that space, I think Sam has a better handle on that, because he's not just focused on one ticket. And he's also got a really good way of making people that might have differing views feel included, whereas in my experience dealing with the other person, that is not so. He can be quite inflammatory, and it shuts down conversations. Yeah, so I would prefer to give our vote to somebody who, with the relationship issues that our Gen Z has had over the last 3 years, I think we need somebody who is going to be more inclusive at the helm, rather than someone who will be, inflammatory is the word I use for Neil.
Thank you for that.
Respectfully. I don't mind who the
we're going to do this separately, so if we take it as that we are voting and debating on a president at this current time, would anyone else like to speak for or against the current recommendation, which is for Mayor Neil Holden to get our vote for president of local government? All right, just by way as a right of reply on A, I agree with you there. I actually do think we need someone who can bring that level of hautotutanga. How would you translate that? Interpreter weight bid. That different lens. What I just also want to share in this space is that currently Mayor Neil Holden does not sit on National Council. He will join National Council in this space, and it means we also don't lose Mayor Dan Gordon, who represents Canterbury councils on National Council, or Mayor Sam Broughton, who represents as chair of the provincial sector, provincial councils on national councils, so their influence will still be definitely felt at that national direction and level. This would be bringing Mayor Neil Holdham into National Council and the fold as president. We will put this to a vote. All those in favour for Neil Holdham as president of Local Government New Zealand, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4 versus, did we get those? Four. Is it 5, 4? No, 6, 4. Sorry, we'll vote again. All those in favour, please say aye. Raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 4. Those against? Councillor Halkiad Harawira, Councillor Kapa, Deputy Mayor Stratford, and Councillor Foy. McNally. The motion is carried. Of course, that doesn't mean that Mayor Holdham will be our president, because that's just where our vote will be at the AGM, where all councils will be selected. We'll now go to part B, which is I've moved Campbell Berry as Vice President of Local. Actually, Anne, I'm happy for you to move, and I'll second, and we'll change the name to
No, leave this one.
Paula.
Have a blue and a red.
A blue and a red. Another blue. I know that we'll just work a little bit outside of standing orders and the scope here. And did you want to speak further to this as the mover, or take your previous commentary as?
I think I made my point.
Thank you. Opening the floor. Appreciate the commentary made in this space. With Mayor Neil Holdham getting our vote for president as a Central North Island Council, I am just wanting to share that love around. Mayor Southgate is just a neighbouring council to New Plymouth and Hamilton City. I don't know how that optically looks, having a powerhouse of a president and vice president, both from the same Central North Island region. So I'll be voting against this one. Should it fail, then I'll put forward Mayor Campbell Berry as, well, it will just go as a.
You can nominate an alternative, that's fine.
If it fails, alternative to Campbell Berry. Anyone else? Councillor Foy.
Thank you. I'd just like to speak in support of Mayor Paula. I can see from her extensive experience, it's not just because she's a woman, but because she has extensive academic and practical experience in this space, both in regional and territorial authorities. Further to that, bringing her experience to the table with some existing members that you've highlighted that do bring that young view already. Then we've identified Sam, who will still be part of that group. And I think having a woman there with the dynamic between as the president and the vice president, that often works well, particularly in conflict situations. So I think that in itself will also be a positive towards working collaboratively for good outcomes for local government in New Zealand.
Thank you. No further speaking rights. Would you like a right of reply, Councillor Court?
No, thank you.
We'll put that to a vote. So this is voting Paula Southgate as our nominee for Vice President of Local Government New Zealand. All those in favour, please raise your hand and say aye. We have Councillors Foy, Court, Kleskovich and Kapa. That's 4-4. Those against, please raise your hand. We've got Councillors Vucic, Halkiad Harawira, Mayor Tipene, Deputy Mayor Stratford. That's 5 against. The motion has failed. 1, 2, 3, 4.
McNally,
Councillor
Radich and Vucic.
McNally and Radich against. So I'll put up the alternative, Mayor Campbell-Berry as Vice President. All those in favour? We've got Councillors Pliskovich, Deputy Mayor Stratford, Mayor Tipene, Councillors Halkiad Harawira, Councillor McNally and Councillor Vusic in favour there. And those against? Councillors Kappa, Foy, and abstentions from Councillor Court. Councillor Radich, what was your vote? Abstention. So just to recap, we have our final vote will go to Neil Holding as President and to Mayor Campbell-Berry as Vice President. Thank you for the discussion that you brought to this report. We will now move to item 6.8 on page 331. I will move that council is in support of all of the remits, which staff have also endorsed in this space. Can I have a second, please?
I'll second.
Thank you, Councillor Foy. Councillor Foy, would you like to speak to this?
No.
Deputy Mayor Stratford.
Brilliant.
I do have an issue with the parking infringement penalties, and one of the reasons that councils don't have the right to do parking infringement penalties is because they can be a bit too high. So I don't support council being in control of those. I know there's a lot of people that would like to see the mobility parking spaces infringement be a bit higher, but you know, we've got so much affordability issues and a diverse range of income levels across our district. Yeah, I remember fighting for this when I wasn't in council to sit with government.
Would you like to do anything to that effect, or just raise it?
It's okay for it to go to the table at the AGM, but I hope that when you stand up to speak to the remit, you will express my concerns.
I will write a note to do so. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Stratford. Councillor Court.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, some here that I support and there's one here that I don't, so I'm only given the opportunity of take the vote. I spoke this morning with Sam, and I expressed my concern that local government New Zealand is too far down in the weeds with all of these remits, and we need to rise above all of these remits. So when I went through them, the very first one was the allocation of risk and liability in the building sector. The remit was silent on who should pay. The Rates Rebate Act gave me concerns about the Privacy Act. The one on roading, transport and maintenance funding, it's not simply a case of asking the Crown to increase the bucket. It's actually changing the Road User Charges Act 2012, and I've reported to Council on that previously. I have concerns about the ability for co-chairs at formal meetings, and I wondered how that fits within the democratic framework of an election. And I'm concerned about the rural and regional public transport one, because all of the work that we've done is that this is not a viable service to run in rural and provincial New Zealand, and we've got so many other needs on our transport fund. Is that really one that we want to support at the moment? Having said all that, I do accept that remits are just the starting blocks, and all the heavy lifting happens at local government in New Zealand after the remits are adopted. But as a council, we don't get an opportunity to participate in that conversation again once the remits are adopted. So I will vote against it because I don't have any other choice. I would just strongly encourage you, Mayor Tania, as our representative at the table in local government New Zealand, to never lose sight of the needs of the people of the farmland and ensure that local government New Zealand, which has only 20 staff, is that correct? Don't get so bogged down in the weeds that we lose sight of fighting for the really big matters, big important issues that matter to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Given that this course, I actually am going to take the vote separately for each of these items. So actually the final vote does not have to go in favour of all of these. So the first one is, we talked about this today, but changed my mind again, sorry Aisha. Remit for the allocation of risk and liability in the building sector. The staff recommendation is that we support it. That's where the recommendation will be for this vote. All those in favour of remit 1, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Councillor McNally, Councillor Court, abstention. The motion is carried for us to support this. And now I'm hoping that you're going to give me this later so that I know how to vote. Yeah. Okay. Remit 2, the rates rebate remit. Recommendation is that we support it. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed?
Opposed. Can I just have opposed for all of them? Thank you, save time.
Thank you. Any abstention? Motion carried. Road and transport maintenance funding remit. Recommendation to support. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Councillor Court, abstentions. Local election accessibility. That we support this one. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Abstention from Councillor McNally. Ability for co-chairs at formal meetings. And that is for standing committees, joint committees and subcommittees, not for council itself. Recommendation is to support. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Councillor McNally, Councillor Court and Councillor Vucic. Abstentions? The motion is carried. The remit is carried. Parking infringement penalties. The motion is that we support this remit. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Councillors Kleskovic, Deputy Shepford, Councillor Court, and Councillor Halkiat Harawira. 1, 2, 3, 4. Abstentions? That is carried. Rural and public transport. The recommendation is that we support it. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Councillor McNally, Councillor Kleskovic, Councillor Halkiat Harawira, and Councillor Court. There are enough votes. Those abstentions? That is carried. Establishing a resolution service. The motion is that we support this one. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? That is carried. Earthquake prone buildings. Again, in support. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Councillor Kleskovic, abstention. Carried. Kiwi Saver. Kiwi.
There's one directly under you.
Okay. Kiwi Saver contributions for elected members.
I'd like him on.
Recommendation is in support. Sorry?
Are you conflicted with this one?
No.
Not more so than all the other elected members.
All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Abstentions? That's carried. And Audit New Zealand fees. Recommendation is that we support this remit. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Abstentions? And that's carried. Final District Council will be voting in favour of the 11 proposed remits. Thank you for that. We will now go to item 6.9, proposed terms of reference for our Te Kuawha Te Ao Committee on page 371. The recommendation is that Council adopt the attached Te Kuawha Te Ao Committee terms of reference. May I have a movement for this recommendation? Thank you, Councillor Radic. Seconder. Thank you, Councillor Halkiat Harawira. Councillor Radic, would you like to speak to the proposed recommendation? Councillor Halkiat Harawira.
Long overdue.
Opening the floor. All right, we'll put that to a vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, abstentions. Motion is abstention from Councillor McNally. The motion is carried. Item 6.10 on page 376. The recommendation is that Council establishes a Te Kaupō Transport Committee. Now, keeping in my newly found tradition of naming our committees after native birds, we have been gifted the name of the koko, which is our native ruru here in the whānau by Paparira Te Makiha. Because it's associated with travellers. Actually, my nana on horseback when she was a little girl got guided out of the Warawara forest with her cousin by a koko itself, which is quite funny. And I'll open for a mover to this one, please. Thank you, Councillor Court, seconded by Deputy Mayor Stratford. Councillor Court, would you like to speak to this?
Yes, I think this is long overdue, and thank you very much for taking the initiative, Mayor. I would just like to signal my preference for an independent chair. My reason being that when you're chairing a committee, it's very, very difficult to participate in the debate.
I attest to that.
Yeah, and it's a very important subject, and I don't want any elected members not to be able to participate in the debate. But secondly, just to be a little contrary to that, I think we would benefit from having a roading expert in the room, someone who can test some of the assumptions that are being brought to us by Whakakote Northern Transportation Line and Contract. That's not to say that there are not individual elected members who hold that expertise that wouldn't be able to add value. I just think and setting the framework for moving forward. I won't use the language that I used it at the Away Strategy Day, but I just want someone who's got the ability to ask the really hard questions and an engineering speak to make sure that we're getting the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Court. Deputy Mayor Stratford.
Yeah, I'm excited to have this committee established and look forward to a forum where my colleagues can interrogate all the roading reports and roading, information that's coming through, because it is one of the most commonly raised issues when I'm out and about or on my messages, emails as well. Roads, the potholes are impacting people. I think the more forums that elected members can engage in on the roads, the more informed our public can be as well. And I think that there's going to be opportunity for deputations at this committee as well. So, the opportune time for
Tollens, Matawai,
Hokianga, Rāwhiti, but road seal issues are huge in our district, but the potholes, that is just ridiculous. And the slips, we heard last week, there's 12 usually in our region, but now there's over 330, and we've got so many
in our district, not in our region, in our district.
We've got so many reactive works happening that the full job that a grader has gone to do isn't able to get completed because they get called out to go somewhere else. And yeah, so I totally call this being created. Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor Foy.
Thank you, Member Ford. I note that there isn't a terms of reference here, but I just wanted to signal that I agree with how previously it was actioned where the contractors came to speak to elected members. At the moment, we're just given pieces of paper and there's a lot of questions that we'd like to ask the contractors from both Three Waters and Roading. And the people on the ground really know everything that's happening, particularly the guy in the general, the guy in the spade. And further to that, the funding buckets and having the CHIP fund come to the roading committee, or it might be targeting 20 buckets of money opened up through the general election that is coming up this year. I think that we also need to think about the buckets of money in order to forward plan to get as much money as we can so that we're not spending the ratepayers' dollar.
Thank you for that, Councillor Foy. Now, I've had 3 speakers in favour of this motion. I expect the terms of reference to come to our 2nd of August meeting. Staff needed a little bit more time, including our Democracy Services staff, to work on the dates, the proposed terms of reference and work streams. Also would like an offline discussion with our transport portfolio holders around on that space and terms of reference put past them in that space as well. We didn't have enough time to do that before this meeting, but I wanted to get this established so that it's in the wings in any case. Are there any speakers against this motion? No, we put it, Councillor Court, sorry, did you want to write a reply? We'll put this to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Abstentions? The motion is carried. We'll now move to item 6.11 on page 379. And the recommendation is that Council adopts the proposed amendments to voting rights by allocating 6 additional voting seats to our Kaikoui Library and Civic Hub Steering Group. Can we have that added to the resolution itself so that we know what we're adding that to? And that is the addition of 3 seats to Mana Whenua Hapu and Iwi and 3 seats to community representatives. And do we need to add in there that will be at the discretion of the chair on who that will be? At the direction of the chair. Is it needed? No. That's right. If we just add to the Kaikoui Library and Civic Hub Steering Group, please. Can I get a mover for this motion? Thank you, Councillor Kapa. Seconder. Thank you, Councillor Vucic. Councillor Kapa.
Ahuna, oraka watu ni tino kōrero, ingari te pānui te kia unumai ngā toko ono tēnei huihuinga te timatanga o tō tāpui whare i tū.
Kia ora, Kaipiti Reo Wakeford.
I don't really have anything to add, however, it's a starting point to take 6 further, which is.
Councillor Research.
Yeah, I support it. It just involves more community members, and that's always a good thing in making local decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Opening the floor. No. We'll put that to a vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, abstentions. The motion is carried. We now move to item 7.2, hearing councillors' reports on page 407. The recommendation is that council notes the report submitted to our 1st of June meeting, and then B, note reports submitted to this 29th of June meeting. I note that we do have some that are omitted for that one. I'm happy to move. Can I have a seconder for that, please? Thank you, Deputy Mayor Stratford. We have an incredibly busy team on this council, and that comes through very much so in the reports. I know that we also have a very busy team, despite the fact that we don't have reports coming in. This is my reminder to you all. It is my expectation that reports come from all elected members to every single council meeting. I know that you are very busy, but this is one of those expectations I have so that we can see and show the reason why we decided on a single remuneration tier for all elected members, to show that stream coming through. So, this is my nice way of asking you all to make sure those come through to our next meetings. Deputy Minister.
A point of order, Mr. Mayor. On note A, it doesn't note my report on the 1st of June. It's all about the New Zealand Planning Institute conference and the photos and 3-page narrative.
We will get that rectified and added to our next council meeting. We'll find that one. Thank you, Councillor Foy. Deputy Mayor Stratford.
One of the many meetings that I've been having has been the Cyclone Gabriel Recovery Governance Group, and something that we are building is a resilience plan for the region. So we've just put out a recovery plan, which I've shared online, and I can bring the hard copies from my car and put them in here for you. There's much to be done across our region, but the priorities are for the resilience plan, looking at retreat and looking at land use change, so there's a lot that has been done in the space by NRC. We're using Cyclone Gabriel as an opportunity to build a business case to apply for more funding to address some of the issues that have been caused by the 11 severe weather events that we've had in the past year. I just wanted to update you guys on that.
Thank you. Opening the floor, if anyone would like to add further commentary to the report. Councillor McNally.
Yeah, my report remains the same as the previous one, which is why I didn't submit it again, but I accept that's no excuse. Same issues. The one around roading, I did. Did you get those photos for me?
Yeah, they're just being loaded up now.
And this just relates to the, on the funding shortfall around drainage of roads. That's vegetation overhang. Just keep going, please. That's up Iwatawa Road, I think. There's a culvert there. So the underslips are generally associated with the culvert. Just keep flipping through, and there's one coming up. This here is a slip on the right-hand side there. There's a photo coming up that shows the water table or the drain. So just carry on. The slip I referred to is right in the top. The first photo is right in the top corner there, right up around past that sign. This is another one, and it's continuing to deteriorate, and I'll explain why in a minute. There's a culvert about those pile of cones are high up there. Carry on.
Just those four that we were seeing.
Oh, was it? Okay. I'll go back to the first or second one then, please. Go the other way, sorry. Next one, I think it is. No, sorry, go back. It's on that right hand side. I had another photo there that showed that water table. The water table is full of grass, and that's deemed suitable. There's a little culvert just to my right of where I've taken this photo under a driveway going in, which is about the size of 200-metre pipe. The water is actually, because that water table on that side is not deep enough, the water spills across the road, and that's the damage it causes, simply because the water table doesn't keep the water off the road. So that's your underslip. That drainage, I think our budget is about 700,000 this year. Last year it was 1.5, and that includes the subsidy. With the length of network, Anne's got all those figures in her head, we simply can't keep up. But the main cause is culvert blockages, which was the other set of photos I'd sent through. I can show you them all in more detail, but my point here was annual plan, and it's going to move now to the LTP needs budget lines to ensure, because we're looking to change the funding model coming out of the GPS, so split the urban, the National Land Transport Fund. If we could split the urban, rural, on where the money's spent, we need to ensure that the council ratepayer share, about 30 odd cents of the dollar, is available to pick up any additional funding. And I thought there was a $6 billion resilience fund available right now that we should be chasing. And I know that Regional Transport Committee, Calvin's not here, he's gone now, but they are working on that, and I think they've already completed some of that to go to central government. That's all, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor McNally.
One will come up later.
This is definitely something, these conversations and work streams are what I'm looking forward to workshopping and eventually being able to have a mechanism to have control over this through resolutions through our newly established Te Koukou Committee. Have we had any further indication, Councillor Rudich?
I'm a bit worried about and it was mentioned by Stephen in his report regarding the Seawater Aquifer. Now, I've got a report on the 15th of April. The blowout financially has gone up to 19.7 million. Now, in July of last year, we had a steering committee, and in July of last year, the then Mayor Carter stopped it, and it was just over 15 million at that time. Now, I'm not going to give you the reasons why he stopped it, because I'm still hunting him down. But yeah, I'll turn to you. We need an itemised financial report on what's going on. because I'm worried about what Ventia are doing to us. I've been checking this out nearly every week, and every bloody week there's an excuse. And what I'm afraid of at this very moment, that the treatment station up on Oaken Road there is just not up to it. And it looks like, with the information I'm getting back, that this council will end up getting a brand new treatment station. And we need to look, and that's we're talking millions now, many more millions. I had an interview with the news media yesterday about this, and it is a worrying thing. And every time I meet with these guys in Ventia, they give some excuse. And it just drags on. It's like they're pocketing the money and to hell with everything else. So, Mayor Moko, I think it's pretty urgent, this one, or else we're going to run out of money. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Radich, and Deputy Mayor Stratford and myself have raised this and had discussions in our CE catch-ups multiple times. I'll just, if I can, Chief Executive Hollowood, get Janice to comment. We are expecting an urgent briefing to come out in this space. Based off that, we could be workshopping, but then ultimately we will have a report which is due. Can you just give us some time on those information items?
Yeah, through the chair, we've got the briefing paper at our SLT meeting on Monday to review before it's released, which is normal process for all briefing papers. So it should be with you next week.
Based off of that briefing for that update in that space, Councillor Radich, we will have next steps, but definitely keeping on top of this one, and thank you for your work. All right, Councillor Kapa.
Kia ora. When it's talking to me, why important with the cycle trail, I really want to thank the staff for their support around the information that we've been requiring, in particular around the progress towards the leases, and really getting a concrete position for the trail itself. And I also want to just something that we're experiencing within the board itself is information coming through in terms of the budget figures and information such as that, where our cycle trail manager is asking for some support. But I wanted to talk about cycle trail because of I suppose the work that we're looking at progressing that area. So we're talking with the trust to cement their main corridor so that we can have a dive down into terms of what the offshoots of other trails could support the trail itself, and put some paper together so that when Councillor Vucic and I attend the conference in October, that we have some sort of information that could inspire the trail organisation into really looking at investments in the north here. So that's really I wanted to mention, and
thank you, Councillor Kapa, and I'll ask that Chief Executive Hollywood, we've got a couple of councillors heading down to represent us for that in October, that staff be made available for briefing in that space with figures to set them up for success, of course, when they go down to represent us. Councillor Vucic.
Very quickly, just adding to what Councillor Kapa has mentioned, one of the key things that we're one of the first great rides. There's only a limited number, 20-something, I think 22, and that's it. There are a lot of other trail development work happening right throughout New Zealand, and they're aiming to become a great ride, which means somebody's going to fall off the top. That is quite a bit of money coming to us because that's sort of from Wellington. So to retain that great ride, it's important that we keep moving ahead, getting the trail open and looking at other extensions to it to keep ahead of the competition, so to speak. But We are working with our neighbours and wanting to look at those connections. So I'm confident that we can make quite a difference, but having that support would be great. Thank you.
And just finally, we had to decline the offer from Prime Minister Hopkins to go to China and promote China. Thank you.
That's
Thank you, councillors. I'll ask that you make sure that you keep all of your conversation and discussion to your allotted time for speaking. All right, we'll put this to a vote. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, abstentions, the motion is carried. We now move to page 472 for item 3, which is our council action sheet update in June 2023. Now I note that for some of these in here, the update was available verbally for this one here. If there are questions in that space, take it as noted there. But the recommendation is that council receive the report council action sheet update June 2023. I'm happy to move. Do I have a second? Thank you, Deputy Stratford. Deputy Stratford, would you like to speak to the council action sheet?
No, I'm happy to hear from, in particular, starting on the Matari X verbal update and the other one, there was a verbal update. Start with that.
Chief Executive Holroyd, are we able to get a verbal update on Matari X?
Yeah, I'd like to explore a couple of things there. Josie just had a meeting yesterday, site visit. I'd like to hear about that. Thank you, Chairman.
Chair, I have passed out on your tables the meeting minutes from yesterday's meeting. We had some staff go and meet with Inflow and Estimate out at Matari Bay yesterday to have a look at the assets and talk about the system. They then came back to the office and we had a couple of hours at JBC. We went through with Pat Durham, who was representing Cavelli, and what we is the actions that have come out of that meeting. The first priority is to recondition power to the site. It is all cables, all power, phone and fibre, but they decommissioned it or had to be switched off because of the alarms tripping and things, and because there was actually no building on site, they turned the power off. So the first thing we have to do is to get the power back on, and I'm working with Pat Durham and Top Energy to get that done. We then need to transfer the power over to council. Once that happens, Interflow will do a final audit of pumps, pipes, drip lines, and all the assets in the ground to make sure they're fit for purpose before we say that it's good to go. Once that happens, it's on. The system is able to be operated. It can function with one house connected or 100. It's not going to be compromised because there's not enough properties to feed it. The resource consent is currently in Cavelli's name and that will be transferred to council, so we need to work with the NRC on how we transfer that over. The consent has 2 years to go, so we will need to apply for renewal or extension. The disposal field is already in place and it is disposal to land, and it is only water that is disposing to land. All of the properties will have their own septic storage on site, and that's a covenant on every section, that they have to install Interflow tanks and that they have to have an agreement with S3 to maintain and clean those tanks as required. We also talked about Interflow and S3 becoming subcontractors under the Ventia agreement because they've got the experience with the system, but they will also train Ventia staff so that they can act in an emergency if needed. We need to confirm legal access and easements, and we're going to get all of the as-built and documents through from Pat Durham in due course. We've spoken to John Lamont at Entity A, and he's looking for a brief business plan or business case around setting up Matari as a residential section so that we can transport it over to Entity A on go live. We also talked about the area of benefit for a rating area. There are currently, I believe, 2 properties under construction and 1 that is currently seeking building consent. We will have a phased rollout of both costs and process as these go through. Cavelli are covering the cost for the first startup phase. They will also give us the plans that are necessary to determine the aggregate benefit when it comes to rating. But perhaps working on those at the moment as they work through how that's going to roll out and where those boundaries sit.
Thank you, James. I also wanted to ask Andy, do you have any engineering concerns with this?
Through the chair, I didn't attend the meeting yesterday because I was down in Auckland around the entity owned transition process. I'm confident that Janice and the team have some thorough investigation into that, and I'm also Janice and the team to get it up and running as best we can.
Okay, so then I'm particularly interested in this one. And I think day 4, I may well just step in a pothole in a second. I don't know, but I think this is a good example where we need to deliver on an obligation to the council. Janice, thanks for your report and for the site visit. And it sounds to me like all of that infrastructure is in order. We need to get it commissioned, and my understanding is that the developer is going to pay for commissioning and operation. In terms of funding in the future, that's for us to figure out, I think. In terms of where the asset ends up, there's quite a degree of uncertainty about all water assets at the moment. Once again, I don't think we can predict the future there, but I think we do have a resource consent in place, and I also think that, Matone Bay is a very special place, and it's quite high profile, and I actually drove through there just a couple of months ago, and I did wonder, well, it looks like a subdivision there, but it's looking pretty empty, and you can see the water infrastructure, the earthworks that have been done in the past, etc. And then obviously there's some settlement there and the public facilities, etc. So I'm particularly interested to see how management team proposes to get this across the line. And Carla, I did ask you about this in terms of the council obligations, and I guess the successors and assigns in terms of the various entities that have owned this property. There's been a few changes of ownership, and the current owners, clearly they've paid quite a sum of money for this land. They want to get things underway and get things operational. So my question is how do we make this happen and deliver on what I think is an obligation? So we do need, I guess, want some clarity on that from legal in terms of what our obligations are. But then also that we need to deliver on this infrastructure is my sense from the.
Thank you, Chief Executive Holroyd, and I will leave you to keep our wonderful staff engaged and on top of this. Just wanting to make sure that this verbal update is recorded in our action sheet, as well as the actions that you've just outlined as being those next steps. I've got Councillor McNally.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't finished.
Oh, okay, carry on.
Thank you very much for that update, Janice. And I just want to add that I have no reservations around the fact that council owns this. It's not on council land, but council owns this infrastructure. The other thing that I wanted to raise in the action sheet is there's a comment at the Ngākahu Steering Group update that the sonar survey of dam was provided to the trust. Can somebody please click on that and show me that it opens, because the trust and myself, we haven't been able to open that, and so they don't have it, I don't have it either. And there's also the issue of the staged lowering of the dam. It got to so far, and I know that there's some around access, but it wasn't completed. I don't think it's completed to Northern Regional Council's satisfaction. So if we can either update that or just change the wording. There was some lowering, but it wasn't for long enough period to show what NRC were trying to. Yeah, I just wanted to raise that concern. That's all I have from the action sheet. Thank you, Kahika.
Thank you. Before we go to Councillor McNally, can I just get some clarification? These minutes here, are these, we just noting these, or are these getting attached to our public meeting? Public information?
I've checked with both Inner Flower and Patra, they're happy for them to be made public.
All right, and we'll just fix up that spelling mistake. Thank you. Councillor McNally.
Just firstly, the Matari Bay wastewater scheme, the existing resolution with the update that's just been provided and the concerns C. Holroyd has raised, I believe we need a new resolution, and I've just to which might assist legal staff and assistance going forward in the plan. So, and I've sent it to Aisha. Can you pick that up for me, please? It comprises two parts. So the first bit is simply that the Far North District Council confirmed that it's the owner. It is responsible for commissioning, operation and maintenance of the plant. And then that acknowledgement will allow new and existing buildings to continue, because we've got a resource and a building consent issue around that plant not being operational, which is why I brought this up a while ago around the financial risk to the council. So if we do, if we add that, then that, whether it becomes a resolution in here or a recommendation or how we progress it, I don't know, but I think those are the issues that need to be covered. So we can get the buildings on the Matari Bay subdivision. There's 40 odd sites there in the Putatawa Bay public camping ground, the Whānau camping ground, which is the bottom end of the beach, the Papakaina, get all that going and connect to the plant. I realise there's a process, but there's going to be a timeline in getting these consents through anyway. The second part of it relates to the process. The second part's the process relating to the Local Government Rating Act and actually being able to progress that through the system. So area benefit targeted rate, and Janice informed me the other day that has to go through the long-term plan. It's got to go to public consultation. I don't quite follow that part when it's specific to an area, but
sorry, Councillor McNally, point of order has been raised. Can you clarify?
Actually, it's not entirely. Mr. McNally has said, has been told on by staff. Actually, no, it can go through a special consultative procedure. It doesn't need to wait till the long-term plan.
That's the rating?
Yeah, the rating. Yeah. It can happen immediately, and I suggest they do that, start that now, and then make your discussions with NRC, say these things are in order, and then once Pat and them have cleared off their side, we're not waiting to then proceed with the consultative rating, consultation of rating. We don't need to wait till the long-term plan. No, we don't. Understood, Steve.
So it's really
the wording. Sorry, it's your point of order, Councillor Kleska.
My point of order is
to correct wording.
Yeah, absolutely. And commence a special consultative process instead of waiting until July 2025.
So we could just remote this
So
I want us to start tomorrow.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
So my point is simply, do we change the resolution to that so we've got very clear guidance in our action sheet? Do we need a full resolution or a motion put to council for this to proceed? That's what I'm up to right here.
Point of order, is it 75% that we need from elected members in order to redo the motion?
To rescind or revoke.
To rescind and revoke. Is it 75%?
That's correct.
I'm not rescinding anything. I'm just saying that the current resolution on the action plan is out of date now, given what's been added to the table today.
Yeah.
It means a special consultative process. Apply for extension.
What I'm going to do is, because I'm ever so slightly lost and I get to chair this meeting, is we're going to have lunch so that we can tidy up the wording of this, and we'll come back and do public excluded and this item itself following lunch. If we could get Councillor Kleska, Councillor McNally to come over here and get the wording right.
Tidying up the wording's perfect.
Between the two of you,
I just need some clarification around standing orders and whether this is in fact revoking or changing that. So if we could please pause for lunch, and we will be back
Mr.
here
Neil, I
at
have one question.
25 to.
Because we didn't vote on it. Are we not?
Thank you and welcome back to our council meeting. We are resuming our discussion on item 7.3, our council action sheet update. Now we have here a foreshadowed amendment which we'll take at the end, but we'll close off the discussion on the action sheet itself before we take that. And we are resuming with Councillor McNally, who has items to raise on the action sheet itself. Councillor McNally.
Yes, the next one's to do with the Ngākahu Dam. Now, it's just 473 and it rolls over to 474. And I was up there on Monday and I took a few photos. I'd just like to share those with you. If I could get. So this is the that photo there is that's the dam, that's the spillway, and that's the water quality colour. So it's full. In the action sheet there, it's stage B was lowering the dam and maintaining it at low level. This is one of the things that's really annoying the trustees up there. The impact of that is if we just, there's another couple of photos, please, Aisha. That there, they refer to the Lama Road access. So that's the crossing across Lama Road, and the previous photo was the access from the land going back. If you're going back Lama Road, that is actually really well formed and probably wider than this wall, so 6 to 8 metres wide. It's got some undergrowth and things there. That's the point. That's actually illegal access. That's how all the heavy machinery was brought in to build the dam. And there's one other there, I think, Aisha, that just shows some of the damage. This is the stream. That those rock spalls are to armour that wall to stop it scouring out. That scouring is continuing down, and beyond where those cattle are, it's actually cut into a paddock. I didn't get a photo of that. It started raining and I drove off, but and I forgot it. But there's like those 4 or 5 posts you see hanging going away from you there. They are all in. It's been eroded that badly. If the dam had been maintained at that lower level, it would stop some of those surges we've been having. So it's just, there's some of that around, and as I said, I resigned from got myself off the steering group because I just find it difficult where nothing's happening. So I just want to know how we can progress this, and I know that the members of the steering group are actively involved. I was up with Des there the other day for an hour and a half or so. He and I get on pretty good. There's certain staff that he's quite happy to allow on the land, and there's certain staff they've already been trespassed, in fact. That's me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pliskovic, I had you next on the speaking list for the action sheet.
Right. No, thank you. No problem.
We'll go with Councillor Radich and then Councillor Court.
Yeah, I just support comments made by Steve. As some of you know, I've been involved in this for years now, and I noticed there's a verbal update on the 3rd of August, and I think there should be not only a verbal but an administrative report on it. That is important. In regard to Ngākahu Trust, I hope when we get that report that we bring in the Ngākahu Trust too. That's important. Not just say what council's going to do, etc., etc. We're going to have feedback from Ngākahu Trust plus the council. And I got involved with John Duda, the dam specialist, a great man. You know, he's great knowledge and all that. And you need to use guys like him. That's important. But, you know, if we don't get the backing by the trust, I can tell you right now, and if we don't work with them, we're going to have trouble getting in there and getting out. So we've got to be really realistic on this one. I know there's commotion and all that, but if the trust sees that we're working with them, then everything will come together, and hopefully we decommission the dam. And Kelly, you mentioned about decommissioning the dam early on. Well, we nearly got it down to 5 metres actually at one stage, and I thought this was the start, and suddenly, and I'm not picking on the staff got involved, And that's where the cannon fire started. So, yeah, just working with them and working with the council and get the hell out of there. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor Rowland. Councillor Port.
Thank you, Your Worship. Is it okay if I change the subject?
Yes.
Page 474, Lindbar Park Pavilion, Highbury. It's noted at the bottom of that action report that the CEO was asked to provide advice to the next meeting on how to ensure a consistent approach to the way that Farmers District Council supports community facilities across the district by way of an operational grant. And by way of background, in the last term of office, Councillor Smith and I, by resolution, requested that a piece of work be undertaken to develop a district-wide strategy as to how we could have equity across our sport and recreation in the district. That project sat with a staff member who has since left the organisation, and that work stream seems to have dropped off. So when I got the agenda, I emailed the staff and I said, where are we at with that note? And the reply I got was, there are 3 pieces of work underway that will support a consistent approach to community facilities. 1, strategic approach for community facilities, potential community facility strategy. 2, review of the recreation and sports strategy. And 3, review of community funding policies, including community sport and recreation loan scheme policy, which is not currently a fund available. My concern is that this is stagnating, and I would really like, the reason I'm asking for speaking to it today, as I stumble over my words, sorry, is that I think this needs to be accelerated. This morning we had a presentation from Sportsville about a potential for a heated community pool, and sport and recreation and children, I'm going to back it. That's a fait accompli, but I'm still not seeing district equity in this space, and I raise this now simply to say to the new CEO, I don't want to see this one just sit here. I'd actually like to see it picked up and something tangible done with it, so that when we go into the LTP, we're well placed to fund these needs in our district. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Courtway. So, I have been into the LTP think tank war room. What's its affectionate name there, Janice?
No, the war room.
The war room. And this is raised at level 2. I expect that we will be workshopping what this looks like specifically in this space, because it has come up time and time again to make sure that we do. So just, is there any comfort you can give us that this is an active work stream that has been handled by anyone?
Sorry, I've seen the responsible centre, and we're aware of, particularly around the community funding policy, which was brought up when we were going through the grants as part of the AP review, the necessity to get that policy in place. I'm very unaware that that's needed. And then the other strategies that I mentioned in there, just in the policy and planning group, we're going to be having our own work program workshop shortly to prioritise what we need to prioritise in the entire group. So I want to make sure I'm hooked up with the LTP as well. What's happening there, so you're very aware of it.
Can the actions be captured in this report going forward, so I can have some comfort that we don't lose sight of it? That doable?
Yeah,
Thank you.
We don't. Going off that, Roger, I don't want. I know what your team itself, your work streams that you have, and every single one of them is important, equally important. So what I think we want to make sure is that we capture it in this, so that this one doesn't get lost in that mix too.
So just through the chest, just to clarify, I want to bring that work stream back to the members. So the plan is just to briefly the right time to come back with what we're doing. So it's very clear that we've prioritised more work. We do have more work than we can do on our list, like most groups. But I'm particularly
it's okay, and I just ask that then I think it's critical we have a triaging session, so the elected members can identify what their priorities are, rather than we just leave that to good luck.
Yes, the intention to come back to that, we'll have the staff will have a go at it, and then we'll bring it back to the elected members.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Halkett Harbuda, then Councillor Foy.
Kia ora. Thanks on Ngātahi on 473474. Just can that be added to a really urgent, the action report be updated, because it's been going on for 6 years talking about what we're going to do. And so I think the trustees of the Ahuwhenua Ngākahu are so annoyed with us, they don't even want to meet with us, but that one of the action goals should be that the report be completed and that there be a timeline for the decommissioning of the dam, and the longer we leave it, the more damage has been caused to that Ahuwhenua. So it's in our interest to do that at least within the next 6 months. The report, the timeline, and then when we will be finished, hopefully by the end of 12 months rather than letting it drag on. Kia ora, that's all. And I vote for what Councillor McNally and Radic said.
Thank you. Councillor Foy.
Thank you, Member Hall. So my question was about the keeping of animals bylaw. In the table, it notes that there'll be an update given to us in September. So I don't, I moved to the page of repeating it, and one, so I have to go back to it. 482. Sorry. And I just wanted an update from Roger. In the break, I did ask Rochelle, who was really helpful and gave the information about the operational side. But the bylaw hasn't been created, and it hasn't been in existence for, I think, 4 years. So basically, there's been no instrument to do anything about it, because the bylaw hasn't been reviewed in time, and they've just let it lapse. So the question really was from Zach or Roger.
Zach has moved on to Te Puniku.
Yep. So from Roger, being the manager of the area, what the timeframes would bring back the bylaw to council. My understanding was a copy and paste exercise from the previous bylaw. That the only about cats. So.
Yeah, well, I need to look at that and come back with you what the exact dates in it. So there is a review of the bylaw. So let me rephrase it. We're creating a new bylaw because last time we so we're going through bylaw creation.
I guess the question is what date will we be given a date, because there already is an existing keeping of animals bylaw, and you've got to get back to work from. It's not like a brand new thing.
Yeah, I just want to clarify, there is no animals bylaw. So you're relying on other legislation to do, one of the laws around the use of other keeping of animals.
Yeah.
So I need to go away and look and come back with you an exact date, and I can't give you a date yet right now. But I'd like to come back and probably include that as part of the workshop with the members on the work program we've got lined up. The bylaw making process is quite long, so we do take that into account that we need to take out staff out for consultation, go through hearings, etc., oral submissions, etc., to get that approved. So it's not a short process to make a new bylaw.
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to highlight that there is a previous bylaw. It was enacted by our council. I can get a copy and give it to Roger if you'd like to see it. It's just not, it's lapsed, so that we do have an existing template from the previous bylaw. It's just what we include or not based on the previous template. So it'll be good to have a time frame from that. It's not a clear slate.
Thank you, Councillor Foy. one of the great things that came across this table in the previous training was we got a map of the timelines and scopes of where all of our bylaws are sitting, where those work streams are sitting. It would be great if we could get a briefing paper update in that space, capturing this one here and those others, just to keep us updated in the space, acknowledging that we do not have a strategy and policy committee where something like that would come to. If it could come to us as a briefing paper, if we could catch that as a note for this, please, Gigi.
Sorry, just on the keeping of bylaws, keeping of animals bylaw, did we get the paper or was it one that was pushed in May?
No, we did.
Yeah. Remember, the paper was outlined why we needed to create a new one and consult.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Section 17.
Thank you. All right, I haven't had any further requests to speak, so I'm going to have brought up on screen is the amendment.
Before we go to that, I'll just running through some emails here and come across a request from Ngakahu about reinstating a gate that was at the top of the access drive into their property, which was taken down. There's a sub road that runs into the property. The access gate was to keep livestock getting out onto Okaka Road, and they want to reinstate that.
And that is a requirement, council should be doing that?
Well, they'll do it. They just want to know, can they put it up, I think. I've got an email here. I'll forward it to.
If we could get that on to Chief Executive Holroyd to follow up on for us, please, that would be appreciated. Acknowledging that you've just come across that. Now, Councillor McNally, you foreshadowed a motion. I have had discussions with staff that what your motion is proposing is already captured in our existing resolution. Before the break, we were checking up on standing orders around if this is a change. So we think we came back that we can put this through. What the feedback I've got is that we don't need to have this amendment put in place to action any of the things that are already in there within our existing one, but I know you do want to still put this to the table, so I'm affording that ability.
Perhaps rather than a motion, I'll follow on what Councillor Court said earlier and just have an update to the action sheet.
All right.
If that's easier.
I know one of those concerns about the building we have, and then we will ensure that Chief Executive Holroyd sees that the current work streams in place should not be excluding any building consents from being issued for that.
That's fine as an outcome from my point of view.
All right, then if we can ensure that that's captured on that action sheet update as well, we will put that to a vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, abstentions, the motion is carried. We will now move to our public excluded section of this meeting. And I move that the public be excluded from the following parts of the proceedings of this meeting. Because the general subject matter of each matter needs to be considered by the public excluded, and the reasons for the passing of this resolution in relation to each matter are specific grounds available to us under the Local Government Official Information and Meetings Act. So we've got a number of items that we will be considering in PX. This resolution also includes that council allow community board chairs Gardner, Ward and Kaihakatiwil, Kawati Wakeford to remain in the public excluded part of the meeting as well. Do I have a seconder, please? Thank you, Councillor Foley. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, abstentions, the motion is carried. If I can just All right, Al, thank you. Just getting some clarification about what I can reshare back in this. Within our public excluded portion of the meeting, there were a number of items that we are readmitting back into the public. One of those is the resolution from 8.3, Whanau District Council's future with Kaitaia Aerodrome, that we will make available, the resolution that came out of that, as well as the contract approval for the Hihi wastewater treatment plant with the figures redacted. And that concludes our council meeting. I forgot at the start, because they write my run sheet itself, I didn't want to them to have to put it in about themselves, but I really wanted to welcome Case back to our whānau. We know that Case has been away on maternity leave, and this is your first time back in the hot seat. Great to have you back, Case. Welcome back. Also, at lunchtime, well, I've already met him before, worked with him before, but we have a multimedia strategy and comms advisor in council, that's Harley Alexander, who is going to be doing some cool videography content for our council. So I know that he will also be taking over the live streaming of our council and committee meetings. So he's in the back there with Rhonda May, and it's great to have you a part of our council whānau, Harley. With that, I will close us off with karakia. May the sanctity of the words that resounded within this chamber echo in the walls and within our minds. Ko te tatu o ngā kōrero ka erihia ki ngā pātu o tō tātou whare ki ngā koko mahara haumi e hui e.